Mr. Freese, I think we left off with your recross.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Kind of feels like Groundhog Day.
It is.
Detective Obert, when we left off yesterday, there's just a few things I want to kind of bring together, then I'll be done. Ms. Cunningham asked you about when the decision was made to charge Mr. Dinkins, that you were looking at the totality of the circumstances. Do you recall that phrase?
Yes.
And those circumstances are the ones you had presented to you at that time, right?
That is correct.
Those circumstances did not include DNA of Breasia Terrell in the Impala, right?
That is correct.
Those circumstances did not include any firearm in Henry Dinkins' hands, right?
That is correct.
Now, Henry Dinkins was subjected to his body being swabbed pursuant to search warrant, correct?
That is correct.
That included his penis, right?
Yes.
That included his hands, correct?
Yes.
That included his fingernails, correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of that, again, was what? Please explain.
That any potential DNA evidence of Breasia Terrell would be on his person.
Okay. And that DNA could be any DNA, right?
That would be my understanding, yes.
That would have been your preference as an investigator, for sure.
Yes.
I mean, if this were a decision made by you and it truly was your case, and you were sending this case to the State of Iowa Crime Lab, you would have said, please find any DNA you can find on his person, right?
Yes.
Now, I understand it may not have been your decision, it may have been someone up the chain, but just for sake of argument, had it been your decision, that's what you would have wanted, right?
Yes.
And why is that?
It'd be an odd place for her DNA to be, for example, under his fingernails. That would maybe corroborate some sort of interaction between the two of them more than just them coming and passing.
Sure. And DNA on his penis would be really odd, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And his hands, were they tested for gunshot residue?
I do not believe so.
If this were your case where it was truly 100% your decision, would you have requested testing for gunshot residue?
I don't think we would have had enough to substantiate that, being that we didn't have the firearm or know that she was shot until we recovered her remains.
Okay. Do you know if the samples were used up in the testing by the FBI lab?
The samples
From Henry Dinkins?
from Henry Dinkins. I wouldn't have that knowledge and don't know how much that they could further test after having that.
Okay.
Having done those other tests.
After the remains of Breasia Terrell were located, did you follow up to see if there's any sample remaining that could have been tested for perhaps gunshot residue?
I did not.
Now, you'd agree that when someone shoots a revolver, let's say in contrast to a semi-automatic, a revolver, since the cylinder is exposed, does blow back a significant amount of powder, doesn't it?
If that's the case, I can understand how that logic would make sense, but I'm not the expert that could speak fully on that.
But again, the totality of the circumstances have to include no DNA, right?
No DNA was located, correct.
And the FBI lab is operating totally off directions from somebody at the Davenport Police Department. Is that your understanding?
It was communications between people at the Davenport Police Department, but then also FBI agents Cameron Smith and McMillan.
Okay. But it wasn't you?
I would give them things to test, but I wasn't the one filling out those forms and requesting certain processes to be tested.
Did you ever tell anybody at the Davenport Police Department that Breasia Terrell was in that Impala?
I did not know.
And why did you not make that statement to anybody at the Davenport Police Department? Why'd you not tell anybody she was in that Impala?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about me to the FBI. Are you talking just about, like, statements made to other detectives there?
Yes.
Yeah, so when we're having conversations about the case, we all said that she's in that Impala.
Okay, so you assumed she was in the Impala,
Yes,
but you had no conclusive evidence that she was in the Impala.
that is correct.
And do you know if that conclusion that she was in the Impala was relayed to the FBI?
It could have been.
But as we sit here today, you and I can agree that we have no evidence that she was ever in that Impala.
The closest we have is the statement from Andrea Culberson saying that she was standing outside of it at 3:30 a.m. in the morning when no one else was outside, and then she was coincidentally disappears from the apartment complex.
Okay. Ms. Cunningham talked to you about the interview of DL and talked a little bit about your training and experience interviewing children. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And she talked about forensic investigators or forensic interviewers. Just bring me back up to speed on what a forensic interviewer is.
Someone that goes through trainings and certifications to be able to interview a child that's been exposed to traumatic events or abuse.
So we use those interviewers particularly in sexual abuse cases, right?
That's fair to say in child abuse cases as well.
Yeah, so when a child has been exposed to a traumatic event, we use specialized investigators, correct?
That is correct.
And you're not one of those, right?
That is correct.
Neither is Detective Hammis, right?
That is correct.
And the reason we use those investigators is they have specialized techniques to get to a more accurate recount of the events by the child, correct?
Yes.
The concern is that the child may exaggerate, number one, right?
Exaggerating what
The facts.
context?
The facts.
They could or they could not. I would say that's case by case.
Or they could shut down, right?
That is potential.
There's also the worry of the questions the investigator uses, right?
Phrasing and leading compared to open, if that's what you're trying to get at, yes.
Yeah, so in this case, we have 8-year-old DL. Why was he not seen by a forensic investigator?
So on that day, we were simply trying to find out where Breasia Terrell is. From the beginning, it started out as a missing person. We don't know if there's any traumatic event. DL was later interviewed by a forensic interviewer as we were collecting more information and realized maybe this case is bigger than what we at first anticipated on the 911 call.
Do you have any concerns that the interview you did with DL was leading in any way?
No.
Was suggestive in any way?
Leading as in there might have been times where I asked like if they were down by the water or different stuff like that. But based on the information he relayed to me, I wouldn't say it was suggestive, no.
Okay. Well, have you reviewed all the interviews of DL in this case? Like, for instance, the one he did with Detective Hammis?
I reviewed a report.
In that report, did you see where he first talks about the machete?
I didn't need that report in front of me to be able to recall my recollection.
That's fine. But he did not talk about a bloody machete with you in the initial report, did he?
That is correct.
And he didn't talk about a bloody machete with you in drive around either, did he?
Correct.
And you didn't talk about a bloody machete with him, right?
That is correct.
But if you told Detective Hammis about a bloody machete and said that he heard it from cops downtown in an earlier interview, would that be correct?
I'd have to look at that report.
Well, you didn't tell him that, right?
No, I didn't tell him that.
And would you know who else would have interviewed him, who could have put that in his head?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And this stuff about the shoe and the shoe size that you were shown, no one even measured the pattern of the shoe to tell us if it was a work boot versus a tennis shoe, did they?
I don't know how you'd be able to differentiate the two based on just the bottom sole of it. I mean, my personal opinion is that sole looks like a tennis shoe as compared to a work boot, where work boots have solid, like, ridge lines along the bottom for the most part.
Well, you just differentiated for me right there. I mean, there's got to be experts out there on footwear impressions that can do that for us. Wouldn't you agree?
Perhaps, maybe. I don't know.
Did you seek one out?
No.
You never sought one out who said that's a size 11 shoe, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you could have taken steps to corroborate DL's story, but chose not to.
That's a potential, yes.
Now, when you were interviewing DL in the police station and then in the drive around, he never mentioned anything to you about bleach, right?
Not to me that I recall, no.
Okay. And he certainly didn't use the words cleaner bleach, right?
I would say that's correct.
He never said anything to you about using a spray bottle of cleaner bleach to spray down the machete, did he?
That does not sound familiar, no.
Did you meet with DL to prepare for trial?
Myself, no.
Okay. Do you know who did?
The legal team?
Was DL ever shown photos of the RV before trial, to your knowledge?
I wasn't there for those conversations.
Ms. Cunningham asked you about Ms. Breasia Terrell being in the apartment and being in the bedroom and on the bed and in the bathroom and alluding that her DNA would have been in there. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
So are you telling this court that Breasia Terrell's DNA in that apartment that night was irrelevant?
Based on the statements made by everyone, we know she was in that apartment.
Okay. So any testing for DNA done in that apartment was just no difference to you?
When we're using the term DNA, are we talking blood, semen, saliva, trace, or do you? Because we did test for areas of blood and semen and try to locate things of that nature, so that has to do with DNA. So we did do those tests.
And those weren't found?
Correct.
You were shown a picture where Ms. Cunningham was purporting to show some phone chargers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that picture also had in it the floor mats, I believe, from the Impala, right?
That's correct.
Do you recall the floor mats having dirt on them?
There was some discoloration on those floor mats, but as in like caked up amounts of dirt, no, I did not see anything of that nature.
Well, if there was loose dirt on them, could that dirt have been vacuumed up and sent off to the FBI for testing to see if that was in fact the same dirt from where Breasia Terrell was killed?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This witness was not a part of the evidence response team, and counsel keeps asking this witness questions about tasks performed by other individuals. These individuals were on the stand, they had the opportunity to testify, and the state would object. This is asking this witness a question that he has no knowledge of.
If he has no knowledge, he can say no.
I'm going to overrule the objection at this time. The witness may answer if he knows the the answer?
I was not present there with the FBI ER team, so I don't know exactly what steps that they took during those search warrants.
And she talked to you about the pajamas, that the mother brought the pajamas over and somehow the kid ended up wearing a 4X t-shirt. You don't put any stock in that, really, do you?
I would just draw the question of why she wouldn't wear her own clothes as compared to his. That's as simple as I'd leave it.
Sure, and you also knew that DL was wearing a 4X t-shirt that night, apart from his own pajamas as well, right?
Yes, and at some point, though, he changes back into his regular shirt.
Sure. Did you think there's something insidious about Henry Dinkins allowing his biological son to wear his 4X t-shirt that night?
I don't think I can jump to a conclusion like that.
Okay. And I'm trying to understand, when Ms. Cunningham was talking to you about Mr. Dinkins changing his clothes the morning of the 10th, did the fact that he changed his clothes, is that significant to you?
Yes.
In what regard?
In my statements with the defendant, he said he woke up and then went around, and then at some point he noticed she's missing. So then he's going out and looking, he tells me he's out looking for her. And we have him on video footage at different locations, and at some point now he's changed clothes. That's alarming. That's not in line with the statements that he provided me.
Is it the fact that he changed clothes that's the problem, or the fact that he told you a story that didn't include him changing clothes that's the problem?
He also told me he never went into a store, and he in fact went into the Walmart.
Okay, but my question was not that question. My question was, is it the fact that he changed clothes that's the problem, or the fact that he didn't tell you he changed clothes that's the problem?
It's also the fact that when we did search warrants and we couldn't locate that clothing, that makes the issue more of a concern, because how does his clothes go missing if he simply just changed?
Okay, I'm going to ask you for the third time now.
Your Honor, the question has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. So was it a problem for you that Mr. Dinkins didn't tell you he changed clothes?
Sure, yes.
Do you have evidence that Mr. Dinkins hid evidence by stashing his clothes somewhere?
That's what I believe, yes.
And on the quick shot video, could you see any blood or any other type of evidence from the video on his clothes?
From the quality of that video footage, I would say, no, I cannot see anything blatantly clear.
And when Mr. Dinkins was tested and swabbed at the Davenport Police Department, no blood, no dirt, anything like that was seen on his body, right?
That is correct.
Okay. The gentleman who ostensibly pulled Mr. Dinkins out of the ditch, you say it was on July 10th, Mr. Brink, right?
That is what we're saying, yes.
He also indicated that the car he pulled out of the ditch had a dent in it, didn't he?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This witness did not do the interview of Mr. Brink. Detective Sean Johnson did the interview of Mr. Brink, and he will be testifying.
Sustained, rephrase.
Did the Chevy Impala have a dent in it?
I would have to take a look at it. Can you be more specific in the area of the vehicle?
The rear bumper,
I would have to look at the picture again.
to the best of your recollection, was there a large dent anywhere on that Chevy Impala?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
A large dent, not that I recall.
Okay. That's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Obert, what time did the collection of various bodily specimens take place for Mr. Dinkins on June 10th?
That was later in the evening, I believe around, I can't say for certain, I just know it was in the evening hours, later in the day.
Okay, and then do you know where he was transported to for there to be collections of DNA samples?
Genesis Hospital, I don't remember if it was east or west.
Okay, now have you been involved in the collection of DNA samples through swabbing?
Yes.
Explain how that process works.
The most I've done myself is the swabs within the mouth, and you cotton swab on each side. Then you place it into a secure envelope, and then it gets sent to the lab for analysis. As far as the swabs that the defendant underwent that day, I can't speak to the full detail or how exactly that's all done.
Certainly. By the time that DNA samples were collected from him, would you agree with me that there had been a significant period of time that his whereabouts were unaccounted for?
Yes.
Okay. The one thing that law enforcement definitively knew, did you know that he had changed clothing?
At the time of that interview,
Yeah.
I did not know that he changed clothing at the time of the interview.
And when you did your interview at noon?
Yes.
Okay. And then when did you later determine that he had changed clothing?
Later that night, in regards to the shoes, and then when we were able to finally recover the quick chop video footage, that's when we confirmed that there was a full set of clothing changed.
Okay, so then let's talk about the clothing that he was wearing at the quick shop video. If he returned to the apartment at 3:30, is that when Breasia was seen outside the apartment?
Yes,
Standing by the Chevy Impala?
that is correct.
And then, of course, Ms. Culberson, in her testimony, had indicated that when she looked back out and the defendant had left, the Impala was no longer there and the child was no longer there. Is that in accord with the testimony that you've offered here in court today?
Yes,
Is it significant to you as a law enforcement officer that that child is attached to that Chevy Impala?
yes,
That at the time that child is attached to that Chevy Impala, Mr. Dinkins is coming into the apartment, digging through a closet and leaving?
yes,
And then after he leaves, the child is no longer out there in the parking lot by that vehicle,
that is correct.
that that vehicle is gone,
Yes,
that there is no reported activity going on in that parking lot at the time that Ms. Culberson looked out and saw the child standing by the Impala.
that is also correct.
And then at the time of departure, when was it that the defendant arrived at the quick shop in that Chevy Impala?
At what time he left the quick shop or arrived?
No, what time did he arrive?
3:33 a.m.
Based on his behaviors as he stood there at the cash register, was his behaviors very concerning?
The fact that he looked out to the vehicle several times while paying for gas, that is a concern.
And even when he went out to the vehicle, did he stand by the pump as the gas was pumped, or did he get back into that vehicle?
He got back into the vehicle while the gas was still pumping into the vehicle.
So if you go through that chain of events, do those chain of events suggest that the child is still alive at that point in time?
Yes,
Okay, but then by the time he returns sometime after sunrise and before 5:50 a.m. in the morning, and he's changed clothes, is that significant to you?
yes,
And then if you draw the correlation between his changing of clothes and then the activity that you saw at mile marker 124 after he left the quick shop, is that concerning to you?
yes,
Okay. After he left the quick shop and before he returned to the apartment, do you believe that that's when Breasia was killed?
after he left the quick shop and then going back to pick up DL, yes.
Okay, all right, so somewhere within that time frame. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
If you are going out and you're applying for search warrants, which you have applied for, would that be fair to say? And by you, I mean the Davenport Police Department.
that's correct.
Okay, so if there was no concern about the clothing that he was wearing at the Quick Shop, you've executed a search warrant at his sister's, is that correct?
Yes,
You've executed a search warrant at Genesis Johnson's, is that correct?
yes,
You've executed a search warrant over at the Jersey Meadows apartment complex, apartment 8 specifically, is that correct?
that is correct.
And none of that clothing is found at any of those locations.
That is correct.
So, if he has clothing at his sister's, or he has clothing at apartment number 8, or he's got some association with Genesis Johnson, as a law enforcement officer, is it significant that you can't find that clothing anywhere?
Yes,
Does that suggest something about Mr. Dinkins' state of mind, in that he doesn't want that clothing found?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, this draws on this officer's professional experience as a law enforcement officer and his evaluation.
She specifically asked for what was in his mind.
I asked him, does it indicate to him what the defendant's state of mind would be?
One moment. I'm going to sustain the objection. You may rephrase.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you are looking at all of those circumstances, do those circumstances have investigative import to you as an officer?
as my experience in the Detective Bureau when we're working homicides, a common practice by people who are involved in violent crimes or commit crimes, especially if they're caught on tape with certain clothing, is we oftentimes do search warrants, and these clothing are discarded because they're of evidentiary value for the case. So that's what I would correlate to the same thing that the defendant was doing that early morning hours into the July 10th.
Okay, so for example, there could be potential blood on that clothing.
Yes,
For example, there could be potential semen on that clothing.
that is correct.
There could be the DNA of Breasia Terrell.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, and so if there's a concern about that, then it would benefit Mr. Dinkins to get rid of that clothing. Would that be fair to say?
If those items are on that clothing, yes, it would benefit him to discard those.
And then if you factor into the equation the fact that he's bought Clorox in a completely different community at 7 a.m. in the morning, does that factor into the equation as far as concerns that you have and the actions that he took?
Very much so.
Okay. When you go through and you look at any of that video surveillance footage, do you see him going anywhere that would suggest he was cleaning the RV that morning after he bought the Clorox?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, we're going to start again. So at 7 a.m. when he entered the Walmart and he bought the Clorox, at any of the video surveillance footage that you observed after he purchased that Clorox, is there anything to suggest that he went somewhere and just engaged in, the task of cleaning house?
No.
Is there anything that would support what would be a legitimate reason for purchasing Clorox?
No.
And if you were purchasing Clorox for purposes of cleaning, how easy would it have been for him just to go down the block, turn the corner, and go to the Walmart and buy that Clorox?
Very simple.
Okay. Is it also of significance to you that his cell phone was powered on at different occasions that morning?
Yes.
Was it significant to you that he didn't take his cell phone with him after he left the apartment complex that night and before Andrea woke up and saw that he was gone?
Yes, that would be a concern for me. When he says he's out looking, you would think you'd want to have a phone with you to be able to relay information or make contact with other people in regards to your disappearance.
Okay. And is it significant to you that there's no communications between himself and Andrea or any communications between himself and Aisha if he was out simply looking for that child?
That is correct.
All right, now let's talk about the testing of hands for gunshot residue. As of July 10th, and even going through the month of July, August, September, October, November, December, and up to March, did law enforcement have any information to indicate that the child had been shot and killed with a gun?
No.
Okay, and so therefore, if you wanted to test an individual for the presence of gunshot residue on their hands, what would you need to apply for before you could do that?
Search warrant.
Okay. And in that search warrant, would you be required to articulate probable cause as to why you should be able to process his hands for the presence of gunshot residue?
That'd be correct.
Okay. Before March, well, actually, until you received the findings of the state medical examiner's office, would there have been any information that you had that you could have applied for a search warrant to process his hands for the presence of gunshot residue back in July?
No.
Okay, and then, of course, as time's passing, we could presume, I would assume, that he's taking a bath every day.
Yes.
And then at the point that you've received that state medical examiner's report, is there going to be any gunshot residue still present on those hands?
Not on the individual himself, no.
All right. Have you ever been involved in trying to collect gunshot residue from an individual's hands?
I have not been involved in that.
And in fact, is that even something that you've seen being done currently within the course of your 7-year experience?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. Do you know if other officers have done that? And if you don't, that's fine.
I can't name a certain individual or certain scenario off the top of my head.
Do you even know how hands would be processed for the presence of gunshot residue?
No.
Okay. All right. The suggestion has been made that the process that you follow for testing for gunshot residue would be the same as collecting DNA. Do you have any knowledge if that's the case or not?
I do not know if that's the case or not.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now let's discuss questions asked about law enforcement making representations that Breasia Terrell was in that Impala. When you look at the chain of events that occurred that night, do those chain of events support the fact that Breasia was in that Impala?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the topic of the bloody machete. Now, in your interview, and you've already testified to this, but let's just set the foundation, did DL bring up the machete to you?
No.
Was he interviewed, though, by Detective Hammas later or after you did your interview?
Yes.
Does Detective Hammas work with children all the time?
A fair amount in her career and experience as being a detective for over 15 years.
Okay. Does she actually handle the child sex abuse cases within the Detective Bureau?
She is one of the detectives in that
Okay.
specialization.
And is she very seasoned relative to her experience in dealing with children and children who have been victims of sex abuse or even some type of abuse?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go back. When DL was brought into the department on July 10th, was he suspected of being a child who had been sexually abused?
No.
Was he a child that was suspected of having been physically abused?
No.
Okay. When you were visiting with DL, were you still trying to develop a timeline so that officers could come up with any information to try and locate Breasia?
That is correct.
So is this a completely different investigative construct as compared to if a child themselves has been the victim of some type of abuse?
I'd agree with that, yes.
All right. At some point, though, throughout the day, did DL have conversations about that machete and that machete having been wiped off?
Yes.
Is that what prompted the search warrant and then a second search warrant that was executed by Detective Sievert over there at the RV?
Yes.
Okay. When we go back to the photographs taken by crime scene civilian technician Jill Foster, in the photograph that she took of that shoe impression, do you recall the photograph of the ruler that was laid out beside that shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the total measurement of that ruler?
300 millimeters.
All right. So there was actually a measurement taken of that shoe impression. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
Yes, just that it was offset, so we don't have an exact measurement of it, just a general.
Okay. And again, what was the defendant's shoe size? In the shoe that I showed you?
In the shoe that you showed me, that one was size 11.
All right. I want to talk about the significance of apartment number 8. On July 10th, was a search warrant applied for to do a search of that apartment?
On July 10th, yes.
Okay. And did the search actually occur on July 10th?
Yes.
Given the interviews conducted of DL, was there any information that was provided that that apartment was the scene of the crime?
No.
Given the information provided by Andrea Culberson on July 10th, was there any indication that that apartment was the scene of the crime?
No.
In spite DL's statements, in spite Andrea Culberson's statements, was there a civilian crime scene technician sent in to photograph and also collect swabs throughout that apartment to verify if the information that they were providing to law enforcement was in fact correct?
That is correct.
And then, of course, for all of those swabs that were taken from the sinks, the toilet, around the area of the bathtub, even the cuttings that were taken from the mattress in the bedroom, were all, to your knowledge, were those all sent off to the DC or the FBI laboratory?
To my knowledge, yes.
And then, based on the findings, did any of those findings suggest that that apartment was the scene of the crime?
No.
And so therefore, was DL's statements and Andrea Culberson's statements corroborated?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze?
Where, the bleach from Clinton Walmart, where was it used?
My theory or what we
No.
have for evidence?
Evidence. I don't want no theories, I want proof.
We do not have any evidence of exactly where it was used.
Okay. The quick shop, when the Impala leaves on 53rd there, which direction did it go?
East.
You have video of that?
On a power wash camera,
Okay. East on 53rd, heading toward what street?
Brady and Welcome Way.
Okay. And then it went north?
You can't see as far as that. You can't see that angle that far, so you can't for certainly say.
Where's the next place it was picked up?
Definitively?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm tired of hearing about theories.
Yep. The next spot have been picked up is at 5:55 a.m. at the Quick Star, at the East 53rd Quick Star.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Detective Obert, did you have a chance to look at any of the clothing that was recovered with the remains of Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
What was the color of her shorts?
They were black, but there was some discoloration in areas of it that were lighter, or it appears that the color had been, it's been discolored, so it's lighter, it's almost white-ish.
Okay, and would that be consistent with the pouring of Clorox on that clothing?
As anyone that's maybe used bleach and they've gotten it on some of their dark clothing, I would say it's comparable, yes.
Okay. Did that then prompt a request to the Iowa DCI lab to test for bleach in spite of the fact that that clothing had been out in the elements for a significant period of time?
The request was made, yes.
Okay, all right. And if the vehicle, when the Chevy Impala left the Quick Shop traveling east, would that then place it on a trajectory heading toward Brady Street that you could then turn north on and head out to Highway 61?
That is a possibility, yes.
I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Heather Garvin to the stand.
Alex, can I ask a favor? Would you move the bags down? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Heather Garvin, Heather, Garvin, Garvin.
What is your occupation?
I am a professor of anatomy at Des Moines University and a board-certified forensic anthropologist there.
Okay. When you talk about being a board-certified anthropologist, by virtue of that professional experience, do you work outside of the university setting?
So through the university, I do forensic anthropology cases for the state of Iowa.
Okay. And then, that being said, then do you work with the state medical examiner's office?
Correct. Through the university, that's part of the state contract, is working on forensic anthropology cases with the state medical examiner.
What is a forensic anthropologist?
So forensic anthropologist is basically an expert in the skeleton. Medical examiners and coroners may call on them in any kind of case where they think that a look at the bones may provide them with additional information, either about who an individual is or the circumstances around their death.
Okay. So then, in situations where we are dealing with the recovery of skeletal remains, is that where you become a vital component working in conjunction with the state medical examiner's office?
At times, I can be called out to scenes to help with recoveries, but I also do laboratory analyses as well.
Okay. Describe your educational background.
So I have a Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology from the University of Florida. I also have a Bachelor of Science in Zoology from the University of Florida. I have a Master's of Science degree in Forensic and Biological Anthropology from Mercyhurst College, now Mercyhurst University, and I have a PhD in Functional Anatomy and Evolution from Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine.
When did you conclude your formal education?
I received my PhD in 2012.
Okay. And then describe the process that you go through to become a certified anthropologist.
So to become a board-certified anthropologist, at that time, you had to be 3 years post-PhD in order to even apply to sit for the board exam. So at the first opportunity I did submit an application. That includes letters of recs, as well as example case reports. They then assess those and decide whether or not you are qualified to sit for the American Board of Forensic Anthropology exam, which is an 8-hour exam, 4-hour written, and 4-hour practical component.
Okay. And then after having gone through that process, were you certified?
I was.
Okay. Now, throughout the course of your career, is there regular, like we have to get continuing legal education credits as lawyers. Are there continuing education requirements that you are required to complete to maintain that certification?
So the American Board of Forensic Anthropology requires recertification every 3 years, and there's a point system in the form to fill out about your activities for that.
Okay. And are you still a certified forensic anthropologist in good standing?
I am.
Okay. Could you describe your professional background for us?
As far as...
Once you completed your formal education, what did your career path look like?
So once I completed my PhD, I started as a tenure-track assistant professor at Mercyhurst University. I taught undergraduate and graduate students there forensic anthropology and physician assistants anatomy while I was there. I also supervised forensic anthropology casework while I was there. In 2017, I made the move to Iowa, became an associate professor of anatomy at Des Moines University, where I teach gross anatomy to DO students, PA, physical therapy, OTD students.
That being said, how did you become involved in your forensic anthropology work through the state medical examiner's office?
When I first moved to Iowa, I contacted the state medical examiner's office, letting them know that a board-certified forensic anthropologist had moved into the area, as the state did not have one in the area at that time. And from there, we worked through the university for that contract.
Okay. Now, can you explain the difference in the role that you play versus that of the state medical examiner slash pathologist?
So the state medical examiner or forensic pathologist, they're the one that make the ultimate conclusions as far as cause and manner of death, and the identity, because they're the ones that are signing that death certificate. My role is to provide them with any kind of evidence or information that can help them come to those conclusions.
Okay, so then in the focus of your work, are you specifically focused on the skeletal remains?
Yes, hard tissues.
Okay, and then when you receive skeletal remains, essentially what are you doing through that process? Is there an examination process that you go through?
Correct. In the laboratory, looking at skeletal remains, that would include photo documentation and radiographic documentation. And then inventorying the remains, seeing what is there, whether you have one individual, more than one individual. Sometimes the remains do have some soft tissue on them that may need to be processed. And so we will process that in hot water to remove the soft tissue to then be able to examine the skeletal surfaces. I then go through head to toe on all the bones, looking at every surface, seeing if there's any kind of defects, whether those are environmental, whether those might be trauma. In some cases also, we're asked to assess biological profile parameters, so whether we can estimate the sex, age, ancestry, stature, anything to help guide them looking through missing persons files for the decedent. And then at other times, we are also asked to help with positive identifications, doing radiographic comparisons between antemortem and postmortem radiographs.
Okay, very simply, when you use the term radiograph, what do you mean?
X-ray.
An X-ray. All right, now let's talk about the biological profile parameters that you are sometimes asked to look at. How can you utilize skeletal remains to give you information relative to the profile of this individual you're examining?
So in this case, the remains were those of a subadult. That means juvenile or child. And so the main focus of the biological profile would be age estimation. We can estimate age in children fairly reliably because of growth and development processes. Because it's pre-puberty, we can't really do a reliable sex estimation or ancestry estimation for that profile.
Okay. If there are hair, if there's hair associated with remains, can that help you try to identify the ancestry of these particular remains?
I do not use that for any of my assessments.
Okay, all right. Then let's go to the second part of your testimony where you talk about you can assist in the positive identification of human remains through X-rays. If you've got skeletal remains, how is it that you can identify who these skeletal remains belonged to?
So I can assist the medical examiner in doing that because the final call is there, so I'm providing them with information. But if someone has an antemortem radiograph, meaning a radiograph from when they were alive, recent, a couple years ago or so forth, we can take a postmortem radiograph that mimics that orientation, and then we're looking for overall consistency in the shape, the size, specific features where, sutures may overlap, to see whether those match up with the same individual.
Okay. Let's extend that conversation to dental records. Are dental records a source that can be utilized to positively identify who skeletal remains belonged to?
The dental records, as far as written notes, no, but as far as radiographic comparison between dental and postmortem dental, yes.
Okay. Now, another topic of conversation that I'd like to discuss, when you come across skeletal remains where there's still soft tissue present, does that soft tissue assist in any way in identifying who those skeletal remains belonged to?
That would be up to the medical examiner who takes a look at the remains prior to handing them over to me.
Okay, and then let's just extend that just one step further. Relative to the issue of DNA, is DNA unique to each of us as individuals?
That's outside my scope. You should talk to a DNA
person about that. Okay,
Correct.
and I just didn't know if you had any knowledge about that. But at any rate, I'll ask this question, and it may be outside the scope, but I'm still going to ask the question. Is there the ability to be able to collect DNA either from soft tissue or any portion of the skeletal remains?
Yes, it's common for us to have the forensic pathologist or medical examiner or technicians come in and take a piece of bone for DNA analyses.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to an investigation that was initiated by the Davenport Police Department on July 10th of 2020 involving a child named Breasia Terrell who had been reported missing as of 8:29 a.m. that morning. Did you become involved in that investigation at some point?
Yes.
What date were you contacted that triggered your involvement?
I was contacted the evening of March 22nd, 2021.
Who contacted you?
It was Rick Ron from the DCI.
And then when Special Agent Ron contacted you, what information did he provide you, or what briefing did he provide you to give you some perspective of the need that they had for your expertise?
He indicated that they had a scene where there were skeletal remains that were somewhat scattered, and that they would like my assistance for the search and recovery of that scene, and that he had already talked to Dr. Kelly Cruz, who also supported me going to that scene to assist.
Who is Dr. Kelly Cruz?
She is a forensic pathologist at the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office.
Is she one of the pathologists that you work hand in hand with?
Yes.
Did Dr. Cruz then perform the autopsy in this particular case?
She performed her evaluation.
Sure. And then was she the individual then that determined the cause of death?
Yes.
For the remains that were found. All right. Now, when you were contacted, were you advised whether or not the scene had been secured?
I don't recall. I assume so.
And would that be standard practice?
Yes.
What date then would you have responded to the scene to start your tasks?
We made plans to meet the following morning, so March 23rd, 2021.
Okay. What was the location that you were directed to?
I believe we started at the sheriff's office, I want to say, for a briefing before going to the scene around 10 a.m.
Which sheriff's department?
Clinton County Sheriff's Office.
Do you recall the details of the briefing?
I do not. It was general, this is what we have, let's talk about what processes are going to go on.
All right. Dr. Garvin, I would represent to you that we previously introduced aerial photographs of the area in question. I'm going to ask if you recognize those aerial photographs. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Dr. Garvin, I'm directing your attention to State's Exhibit number 41. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 41?
I don't recognize the specific photo, but I recognize the area that's shown in the photograph.
Now, right behind you, there is a pointer. If you could, point to the area of the diagram that you recognize.
Would it be okay for me to refer to the image in my report to make sure it's orientated correctly?
Yeah, absolutely. And let me do this too. And I think for purposes of orientation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this around for you, and that may help.
So is north up at that point?
Yeah, north is going to be the top of the diagram here. We've got Highway 61, you can see that traveling north. So yes, as it is set up, the top of the diagram would be north.
Should I go stand up to point?
Absolutely.
I don't think my arms are long enough. So the scene would have been in this area here.
All right, and then if I could, let me keep you there, because we have another aerial photograph of that, which is just isolated on the area that you have indicated, and directing your attention to State's Exhibit number 42. And I'm going to set this up this way. And I have it oriented where north would be the top. Does this area look familiar to you?
Yes.
All right. If you could show us specifically the area then that the remains were generally found.
Yeah, this will be approximate.
Sure.
But if this is the dirt tracks here,
Sure.
it would have been just north of that, and around this area here.
All right.
And
Go.
actually, that tire might have been in the scene photos as well.
Certainly. Go ahead and take your seat. Okay. Describe what is involved in the recovery of skeletal remains, particularly since we're talking about skeletal remains, located in an outdoor environment.
So one of the first things I do when I get to the scene is make it clear that I'm there in an assisting role. I'm one person. I'm not taking that scene over. So the other agencies are still required to do all their documentation and so forth, and I do not make any decisions without them. But then otherwise, when we got there, DCI photo documented everything. We went and kind of did a preliminary view of the remains, and then started flagging whatever remains we could see to indicate the general area that those remains were at.
Okay. Was there a significant amount of law enforcement resources out in that area?
Yes.
Do you recall what law enforcement agencies were out there on the 23rd of March?
I would refer you to the logs that were taken for entering and leaving the scene.
That's all right. And that being said then, did you work at all with Jennifer Poland or Ann Young, the criminalists from the DCI who were taking the photographs of the scene?
I recognize Ann Young's name.
Okay. Now, how did that relationship work then, as far as the DCI coming in and taking photographs relative to the recovery of skeletal remains? Explain the relationship and how that worked.
Well, the first thing at a scene is you want to make sure that everything is documented well before you actually move anything, and the condition that it was found in situ. And so I held back while they went around and they took all of their photographs until they felt that it was well documented.
All right. And then at that point in time, did you start the recovery of the remains?
At that point in time, we went ahead and flagged the remains that we could see, that way we had a general area. I believe they then documented some more where those flags were, so that there were photographs with those flags in place. Prior to starting any kind of processing of the scene, which then required doing essentially a hands and knee search from that road north to the remains and removing any kind of loose debris, leaf litter, to ensure that we can find all of the skeletal elements and for better documentation of those elements in situ.
Okay. Let's talk about the issue of flagging the remains. At any given location where there were bones found, was there a flag placed by each bone itself, or just in areas generally?
In this case, most of the remains were in a concentration. So flags were put at pieces that were around the edges of those concentrations, and then any remains that were found away from those concentrations.
And then are those flags numbered in any way so that you can then correlate the flag to a specific skeletal remain?
So I don't know if DCI used numbers in this case, but we had total station out there, and I went around with the total station individual indicating what each element was for their total station map.
Okay. We previously had Sergeant Christopher Mayer testify from the Davenport Police Department. He had to testify early on due to just different conflicts that he had. And he testified about his use of the total station. Let's go ahead and let's incorporate that concept into your testimony and how that works relative to what you're doing.
So I always want to make sure at a scene that there's some kind of spatial documentation of the remains that are there. In this case, they had a total station. It essentially gives XYZ coordinates of whatever element you have the reflector at to map in those features. And there was also an agency that used a drone to further document.
Okay. How did the drone document what you were recovering?
You would have to ask that agency.
That's fine. All right. Now, as the brush started to be removed, describe what was being discovered.
So again, the remains were mainly in this main concentration in the area where they were first found, around that area where the skull was found. During the hands and knee search, we just found little elements. We found some fingernails, some hand or foot bones, slightly away from that concentration.
All right. And then were there any areas where there was a section of the body that had been drug away from the main concentration?
Yes, so the left lower limb had been drugged west of the main concentration.
Okay. As you were looking at those skeletal remains, was there anything that was particularly obvious to you?
At first glance, I could tell that they were the remains of a subadult or juvenile. When you're a child, the ends of your bones aren't actually fused on. That's what allows you to grow taller until you reach skeletal maturity. And so those ends are called epiphyses, and I could see at the scene that we had these epiphyses there.
All right. Was there any hair associated with those skeletal remains?
There was a hair mass at the scene.
Describe the hair mass.
It's somewhat outside the scope of forensic anthropology. I mean, it had shell beads in it. It was a dark brown or black color, but I'm not a hair expert.
No, and that's exactly what I needed. I just needed to have you describe the physical appearance. So then at that point, then, did you start the process of collecting those bones?
So once we did our hands and knee search and we removed all the debris around there, making sure that we had found all the elements, they were again documented so that we had that third documentation there. Once DCI agreed that they had all the documentation they needed in that case, we did begin to collect those elements and place them into body bags.
Okay. And by documentation, is that photographs taken by the DCI?
The photographs, making sure everything was done with the total station. I can't remember at what point the drone was used, whether it was used again at that point or not.
But those three elements were used prior to the collection of the skeletal remains?
Yes.
Okay. Explain what the function of a body bag is.
It's to seal up the remains to make sure it's a watertight bag. And I'm sorry, I don't know what you're trying to ask. But
No, but is that an item that all of the remains are placed in and secured to maintain the chain of custody for those items?
yes.
Was there a local medical examiner who had come out to this scene to assist with the collection of those skeletal remains once secured in that body bag and to do the transport to the state medical examiner's office?
Yes, as required, the county coroner, the Clinton County coroner, was at the scene, and it's their job then to make sure that the body bag is sealed and to arrange transportation to the Iowa State Medical Examiner's office.
Who was the individual that assumed that responsibility?
The Clinton County Medical Examiner.
Okay, all right. Now, when you had removed what would have been the obvious skeletal remains, is there anything else that was done just to sift through the dirt to see if you could find anything else that was associated with that body?
Yes, it's common procedure once all the elements that are on the surface there are recovered to take a trowel and scrape the soil. Sometimes over periods of time, elements can kind of sink into the soil. So I did that about a centimeter deep in that area of the remains.
As a result of that process, did you make any further discoveries?
Yes, I found a few additional teeth and then 2 artifacts that were later determined to be bullets.
Okay. Relative to the hair, did you examine the hair up close to see if there were any artifacts in the hair out there at the scene other than the shells that were very obvious?
I did not.
All right. But at any rate, was that mass of hair then collected and placed in the body bag?
Yes, typically we try to collect everything, disturbing as little as possible, so that the forensic pathologist then has whatever the remains were associated with in context.
Okay. Was there any clothing associated with those skeletal remains?
There was some clothing.
Do you recall what those articles of clothing were that was associated with the remains?
I think I recall an undergarment that was in the area. I heard of maybe other clothing and other parts, but I wasn't involved in that.
Okay, and then was there clothing attached to the skeletal remains when you came across it, or right there in the central concentration?
So I recall, like I said, some kind of undergarment that was mixed into the remains, and there was a sandal or a shoe that was nearby.
All right. Then beyond that, what else would have happened there at the scene?
Once
Everything
I
was
scraped the
collected.
soil, and DCI collected the bullets and documented those again with the total station. Once the medical examiner, the county medical examiner, started the transport the remains to the state medical examiner's office, my job was done, and I left the scene.
All right. Now, did you assist then Dr. Cruz in the report that she would have finally authored?
I did a forensic anthropological analysis to which she may have incorporated into her report.
Describe how that works.
So as I mentioned before, the medical examiner, they received the case. It is their case. They perform their evaluation and their documentation. And once they have information that they want and they think that I can provide further information, they then hand the remains over to me. I do all of my analyses right there in the state medical examiner's office, so there's no transport of custody of the remains at all. And so I do my analyses, and then I write my report and submit that to the forensic pathologist.
Okay. Describe what's entailed in your analysis.
So in this case, one, it was determining whether to process or not certain aspects of the remains, inventorying what is there, what are we missing. In this case, it was performing age estimation from the remains, and then a trauma analysis, going head to toe, looking for any kind of alterations that could be traumatic.
Explain what you mean about making decisions to process or not process certain remains.
So in this case, the remains were partially skeletonized. There were good portions of mummified tissue, especially on the limbs. I consulted with Dr. Cruz to ask what she would want processed down for me to be able to see the bones. She decided that given that the limbs, the mummified tissue, there was nothing suspicious there. Radiographs had been done. They didn't indicate any kind of trauma to the limbs. So the only portion that we did process or macerate down was kind of a part of the pelvis torso area that had mummified tissue attached.
Okay. What is mummified tissue? I think it's obvious, but I'll just ask the question.
Dehydrated soft tissue.
All right. And then from there, when you were making an age determination, what age did you identify for these remains?
If these remains were female, it was between 9 and 12 years of age.
9 and 12 years of age. And then in your examination of the skeletal remains, did you note any trauma?
I did.
Describe the trauma that you noted.
There was a semicircular defect to the inferior portion of the left mandible, which was consistent with a bullet impact traveling left to right through that mandible portion.
Based on the point of entry through that mandible, were you able to determine a trajectory or a path of travel for that bullet and where it would have stopped?
Yes. So based on the outside, the semicircular defect there, the inside of the mandible bone had internal beveling, so the defect is larger. That indicates that's where the bullet was exiting that bone. So I could tell the entrance versus exit through that one portion of the mandible, suggesting left to right. And then I also had a defect, kind of a circular crushing defect between the third and fourth vertebrae in the neck, the cervical vertebrae. That would be consistent with a bullet impact. And in this case, I was able to anatomically align them and show that they could be from the same trajectory, from the same bullet.
Okay, and what did you determine about the trajectory at the point of the mandible, the left mandible, and where you found them between the, C4, 3 and C4?
Correct, C3 and C4.
Of the cervical vertebra.
It was generally a left to right trajectory.
Okay. When you were examining the cervical vertebra, was there any indication on the bones to show that the bullet had stopped in that area and had not traveled out of the body?
It was a circular depressed area of crushing bone. It didn't perforate through that bone.
All right. And then from there, what other trauma did you note to the body?
I had 2 additional bullet impacts to the right scapula.
What is a scapula?
The scapula is the bone that sits on the back of your rib cage here. I'm trying to think of what the colloquial term is. Your shoulder blade.
Okay, sure. All right. And that was the right scapula?
Correct.
When you reference you having noted 2 additional bullet impacts, does that suggest that the child was shot twice in the area of her right scapula?
So the 2 impacts on the right scapula, I had one to the top angle portion, the superior angle. Again, it didn't seem to perforate. There was some displaced bone in that area, suggesting it was an anterior to posterior, generally anterior to posterior trajectory. The second impact was on the scapular spine and had more of a superior to inferior, as well as anterior to posterior trajectory, and those 2 did not line up. So to me, that indicated that there was a minimum of 2 gunshot wounds to that scapula.
All right, now let's go back and let's talk about this. You're using terms such as anterior, posterior, and superior. Are those directional indicators that is used within the medical field or even within the field of autopsies?
Yes.
Okay, so anterior,
Is
define
front.
that. Huh?
Anterior is front and posterior is back.
All right, so then if you go back and you describe the path of travel of that first bullet from front to back, again, set the stage for that explanation.
So one of the impacts on the scapula was at the superior angle of that scapula, and there is deformed bone indicating that the bullet went from front to back through that scapular blade there.
Okay, I need you to also define superior so that we understand what you mean by that.
Superior would be towards the top or towards the head.
Sure, all right. So, first bullet, path of travel, again.
Generally anterior to posterior.
Second bullet, path of travel, again.
It had a anterior superior to posterior inferior trajectory.
All right. Did you take all of those remains and lay them out to see if every portion of the skeletal remains was present?
Yes, it's standard practice to lay out the remains in anatomical position, both to inventory, but also to document all the remains that are there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I previously provided counsel with States Exhibit 17-1 through 17-15. May I approach, Your Honor?
One moment. You may proceed.
Thank you. I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 17-1 through 17-15. I'd like for you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
So these are pages 11 through 25 of my report that contain the images associated with my report.
Okay, and then does that reflect the skeletal remains that you would have, I guess, displayed so that you could go do it through and do your review?
On figure 8 on page 11, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit, well, State Exhibit 17, the group exhibit.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted. Ms. Cunningham, I assume you're going to follow up on these exhibits with the witness. I believe this would be an appropriate time for a mid-morning break.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So we will be in adjournment for 15 minutes. just do a few.
Okay.
That should be enough. You good, okay. You may proceed, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. May the state publish State's Exhibit 17-1 through 17-15?
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Garvin, I'd like for us to go through each of these photographs and have you explain what it is that we're seeing. Now, in State's Exhibit 17-1, you had indicated in your testimony that you laid out all of the remains that were recovered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were those remains, once they were laid out, photographed?
Yes.
As we look at State's Exhibit 17-1, what is it that we see in this photograph?
These are all the remains that were available for analysis that I've laid out in approximate anatomical position. With the mummified tissue, some elements couldn't be put into proper position.
Certainly. Show us which of the skeletal remains had some mummified tissue located on it.
There's a circle or?
Yeah, you know what? Let's just go ahead and take the pointer, because if you use that pin, it won't show up on the screen.
So the mummified tissue would be at the elbow here. You can see this lower limb is encased in mummified tissue. We also have mummified tissue here with this lower limb and smaller pieces on various other elements.
All right. As we look at this diagram, do you have some type of entry to show where there are missing bones?
I go through and inventory them.
Sure. And then is that set forth then in State's Exhibit 17.2, and I'll put that out there.
So once I inventory them, I like to include what we call a homunculus here, which illustrates what was present, what wasn't present, and what areas I had any skeletal alterations.
Now, as we're looking at State's Exhibit 17-2, on this diagram, I note that there is different colors that you use for areas of the body, and there appears to be some type of legend along the left-hand side. Can you walk us through that so that we understand what is being illustrated by the various entries?
So any of the elements that are white were not recovered, so those are the remains that were absent.
For purposes of our record, what remains were not recovered?
So you can see a lot of the left upper limb, except the humeral head for the shoulder, there was recovered. There were 2 ribs, left second rib, right fourth rib, and then just some of the hand and foot elements, the smaller elements.
All right. Continue.
So the blue indicates remains that were present, that were not processed any further, so they were left in their state, either they were skeletonized or left with that mummified tissue. In yellow, those are the elements that we macerated, so we put in a hot water bath to essentially cook away the soft tissue so that I could examine the skeletal surfaces.
Can you define macerated for our record?
So in forensic anthropology, when you macerate remains, you place them with their soft tissue in a hot water bath below boiling for a period of time until it softens that soft tissue and it can be pulled away.
Could you spell the term for us, though?
Oh.
We're being kind to the court reporter.
Sorry. Maceration.
All right. So then, going back to your testimony, the blue section reflects areas that you did not subject to that boiling process. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And then the yellow sections you do, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so let's go along the left-hand side. From top to bottom, what does this represent?
So these are the vertebrae from the top, the cervical, neck, thoracic, and then lumbar region, just laid out top to bottom.
Okay, so relative to our spine, the cervical region, is that in the area of the neck?
Correct.
And then if you go from the neck down, then the next area of the spine is what section?
The thoracic, where the ribs attach.
And then finally, the lower section would be?
The lumbar.
All right. Now, in the area of the cervical region, you have 2 red dots. that appeared to be on what? Is that C3 and C4?
That's correct.
What does that represent?
These are indicating areas of trauma, and in this case, bullet impacts.
Let's go ahead and let's take the C3 and C4 where there are bullet impacts. And then let me ask you this. When we go to the skeletal drawing on this exhibit, are you showing where that entry was located along the mandible?
Sorry,
Yeah,
from the vertebrae to the mandible.
Yeah, so
Yes.
let's go to...
The circle on the mandible would also indicate where that defect consistent with a bullet entrance wound is.
Okay, so that wound there on the mandible, would it have traveled from there to where the C3 and C4 are located at?
Correct. The vertebrae in this diagram aren't in the center of the body like it is anatomically. They're laid out so that you can see all the different surfaces.
All right. And then there are other areas that are denoted on this particular diagram. We see what would be circles with light blue shading. Can you explain to us what that represents?
So those are areas that I had evidence of carnivore damage to the remains.
Okay. Define what you mean by carnivore damage.
So it's very common when remains are scattered on the surface of an outdoor environment that animals take advantage of that, and carnivores will come and chew on some of the skeletal elements.
Okay. Let's go back to your earlier testimony. I had asked you when you had come across the skeletal remains if all of the bones were generally within this area. And you had indicated what?
That the left lower limb had been pulled west of that concentration.
What would that be consistent with?
Well, you can see on the left lower limb there with the thigh and the leg, I have numerous areas of carnivore damage. It's consistent with an animal dragging that from the concentration.
Certainly. Now let's go back to State's Exhibit 17.1 if we could. And as we look at 17.1, within this photograph then, do you have the hair that was recovered with the remains?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you yourself go through and examine the hair when you were laying out the body?
No.
Okay.
Dr. Cruz did.
All right, then I'll ask this question to you. Did you discover that projectile within the hair, or did Dr. Cruz discover a projectile within the hair?
Dr. Cruz.
Okay. Were you aware of that finding?
I was aware towards the end of my analysis that day.
All right. Let's go to State's Exhibit 17-3. How many photographs do we have here?
So this is a compilation of 4 photographs.
How are they labeled?
They are labeled A, B, C, and D.
What do these photographs depict, starting with A and then working through the alphabet sequentially?
So A is an anterior or frontal view of the cranium and mandible, so the skull.
As we're looking at this photograph, it appears that the teeth are within the jaw itself. Is this how it appeared when it was recovered?
No, some of the teeth during decomposition and the ligaments decompose away. If they have single roots, they'll fall out of those sockets.
Okay. Did you recover a number of teeth in the soil around these skeletal remains?
Yes.
And then so for the teeth that were no longer within the jaw itself, what did you do with those teeth?
We rearticulate them with the jaws.
Okay. Is this what it looks like when you rearticulated the teeth with the jaw?
Yes.
Going to photograph B, what are we seeing here?
So this is a left lateral view of that skull.
Does this show the injury that you were describing to the left mandible?
It does.
If you could take your pointer and walk us through that so that we got some perspective.
So this is the left mandible here, and this is that semicircular defect right there that's consistent with a bullet impact.
If you could jump down from photograph B and go to photograph D.
So
For purposes of comparison.
So D is a right lateral view of the skull, and you can see that the mandibular body here is just a continuous line.
All right. Then let's jump over to photograph C so that we understand what is depicted in this photograph.
In C, this is an inferior view of the cranium, so these are the upper teeth here.
Have you essentially turned the top of the skull upside down so that we can see that portion of the jaw?
Correct.
Why did you take this photograph?
Well, I take photographs of all the different views for documentation purposes, to document what is there and what is not there. In this case, I included it because of the teeth were important in part of the identification here.
Okay. Were dental records obtained to be able to identify who these skeletal remains belonged to?
I was passed some dental x-rays and photographs.
Okay. And were those dental x-rays and photographs belonging to Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Going to State's Exhibit 17-4. Now, at this juncture, are you comparing x-rays that you had received from a dentist for Breasia Terrell to the remains that you had found?
So I didn't receive them from the dentist. I was passed them by Dr. Kelly Cruz, who asked me to assess whether I could say they were consistent or not with Breasia Terrell.
Walk us through that process.
So up here, this is the ante-mortem x-ray. So this is when Breasia Terrell was alive, taken in 2018. And these are the post-mortem radiographs that were taken at the state medical examiner's office.
I'll interrupt you. For purposes of the testimony, the 3 photographs that you have just referenced, are they black and white or colored?
The radiographs are black and white, but I have color arrows on them.
Certainly. And then, so A, the photograph in A, is that the anti-mortem photograph?
Correct, the living radiograph, the living x-ray.
Let's go to the photograph in B and the photograph in C. Those are post-mortem photographs?
Correct.
What's the difference between B and C?
They are different views. So up here, B, this is the maxillary dentition, so the upper teeth. And then in C here, this is mandibular or lower teeth.
Speak to the colored arrows that we are seeing in each of those photographs. I think particularly A and B, that's where we're seeing those.
So when I'm asked to assess or do a radiographic comparison, I'm looking for any features that are consistent or inconsistent between that living antemortem and then the postmortem radiograph to assess whether they could be from the same individual.
Did you notice consistencies?
I did.
Explain.
So while in this radiograph in 2018, there's still dental development going on, so there's still some deciduous or primary teeth that haven't been lost yet. And being 2 years later, those teeth have been lost in these post-mortem radiographs. That's what we call an explainable difference that you can tell from growth and development. So I focus on the permanent teeth that were in these radiographs to see what features aligned or didn't align, and pointed some of those out with arrows, such as the rotation of some of the teeth or kind of this double cingulum right here that were consistent between them.
All right. Now let's go to the lower portion of that exhibit. How many photographs do we have there?
There are 4,
How are they labeled?
A, B, C, and D.
Walk us through each of those in chronological order and explain what it is that you're illustrating.
So there were also photographs of the occlusal or chewing surface of Breasia Terrell's teeth, again taken in 2018, that I was able to compare to photographs that I had taken post-mortem, and there were certain features that stood out. So A and C here, these are the living ones. You can see they're soft tissue, compared to B and D. These are post-mortem.
Does B correlate to what you're seeing in A?
Correct. So in A here, we have the maxillary right first permanent molar, and that's the same tooth here in B. And an arrow kind of indicates kind of this divot that's in the tooth, which to me is a point of concordance.
Okay. Then let's go to C and compare it to D.
So C, this is a maxillary, again, upper left first premolar, or permanent molar. And so again, antemortem here, postmortem here, and I could make out some of those divots as well over here that match up.
Okay, between C and D.
Correct.
All right. And were they consistent?
Yeah, so generally beyond even the points of concordance there, when you look at the overall morphology, shape, size of the various cusps, like the hypocone here, they were consistent.
You use the term concordance. Within your field, concordance denotes what?
Basically that they match, that
Certainly.
they agree.
Let's go to 17-5. How many images do we have in 17-5?
So You mean as far as, we have 2 figures with multiple images.
All right, so let's talk about the top portion of 17-5. Are there 2 photographs associated with the discussion or images that we're going to have there?
Yes, there's A and B in figure 13 up here.
All right, describe what we need to know in your figure 13.
So again, ante-mortem is on the left, post-mortem is on the right. And you can see how we basically have this cusp on the inside of the incisors that's folding over on one another. That's fairly unique, so I was pointing that consistency out between them.
Okay. Then going to figure 14, the lower portion of that exhibit, describe what we're seeing in those 4 images.
So again, we have A, B, C, and D. A is ante-mortem. This is the mandibular, so the lower left first permanent molar with the ante-mortem photograph here and the post-mortem photograph here.
And that would be B?
In B, correct.
Yeah, go ahead.
And you can see the grooves here kind of match up in shape. It's hard to see on the screen here, but again, consistent.
Then go to photograph C.
So in C, this is mandibular right first molar. Again, looking at the grooves that are between those cusps on that tooth and comparing it to the post-mortem D.
All right, and what conclusion did you reach relative to all of these images?
That is consistent with Breasia Terrell.
All right, now let's go to 17-6. In 17-6, are we seeing x-rays here?
Yes.
Explain what is denoted in each of these 2 x-rays. First in A, then discuss B.
So A is an ante-mortem radiograph or X-ray of Breasia Terrell, again taken in 2018. So you have the skull and the neck here. And then B is a post-mortem radiograph of the skull taken at the State Medical Examiner's Office.
Are there a number of markings on this consisting of colored arrows?
Yes.
Can you walk us through each of those colored arrows and explain what they represent relative to your findings when you were making the comparisons between our ante-mortem versus post-mortem?
So again, I'm looking for points that match up between one another, which can include intersections. So when you have the radio-opaque lines crossing one another, the purple arrow here, it's hard to see in this diagram, but you have this suture line and where it's going to intersect here with the cranial vault, along with the cranial vault kind of thickness and morphology right there. The frontal sinus here is consistent. Everyone has different shaped and sized frontal sinuses. If you have a frontal sinus, even monozygotic twins have different frontal sinuses, so we like to focus on that area as well. And so the shape and size of that sinus is consistent with areas of intersections as well. This isn't showing up as well in the image here, but the nasal bones were coming out and shape, size, length were consistent between the 2 of them. I was also marking here just areas of the radio-opaque intersection of features. And then here, the somewhat overbite of the dentition was consistent between the ante-mortem and the post-mortem. But then just generally, the morphology, the size of everything was consistent.
Going to State's Exhibit 17-7, what do we have represented in figure 16?
So this is a close-up photograph of the forehead region of the skull. And what I'm pointing out here is there's this defect, which is consistent with well-healed trauma that would have occurred sometime in our past.
When you talk about well-healed trauma, would that have been trauma that had occurred while she was alive and before she had passed?
Yes.
Okay, now when we look above that, it looks like the top of the skull has been cut away and then placed back on top of the portion of what would have been her face region. Is that the case?
Yes, it's standard procedure for the forensic pathologist to open up the skull. That way they can look at the inside, the endocranial surface, to see if there's any kind of evidence or defects there.
Was there anything that you noted of value when that was done? Going to State's Exhibit 17-8, talking about our figure 17. How many images do we have here?
There are 2,
Labeled.
A and B.
What does A represent?
So this is an oblique view of the lower mandible. It's kind of an oblique right anterior portion here on the mandible.
Explain what you mean by an oblique view.
Well, it's not quite just a lateral straight on. It's turned to the side a little bit. My purpose of taking this photograph was to document this reactive bone, this new bone formation in this region.
Now, explain what you mean by that.
So you can see kind of all of these grooves that are here. This is actually additional bone that's being placed down. This kind of reactive bone, periostal reaction, or I might call it subperiostal new bone formation, can be indicative of trauma, but it can also be indicative of disease or infection, so it doesn't have one specific etiology.
Can you spell that word for a court reporter?
Which word?
There were so many. You're fine? Okay, got it. All right, so when you're noting the trauma here, would that have been trauma that would have occurred when she was alive?
If that is due to trauma, yes, it would have been when she was alive, so the bone reacted.
Okay, otherwise it might be attributable to some type of disease. Would that be fair to say?
Correct. There's lots of literature out there that says, there's a lot of different things that can lead to new bone being placed down in areas.
Go to figure B and explain what's being depicted there.
So in B, this is a right lateral view of the bony cheek region. So this is the orbit right here, and this is kind of that zygomatic arch, that bony arch that you have on your cheek. And again, I took this photograph to document reactive bone and new bone formation along there.
All right. Let's go to State's Exhibit 17-9 and discuss what would be your figure 18. How many issues or images are associated with your figure 18?
There are two,
How are they labeled?
A and B.
Discuss what we are seeing in A.
So in A, this is a left lateral view of the mandible where we see that semicircular defect.
And is that the location where you described a bullet traveling through?
Correct.
And then B, when we look at that, is that a different perspective for us?
So if you've taken that left side and you're looking at the inside of that mandible bone, and what I'm showing there is that we have internal beveling, so the defect size on the inside of that cortical bone is larger. That's what you see where the bullet is exiting the bone, which tells me direction.
17-10, how many images do we have in your figure 19?
There is one.
Explain what is being depicted in this particular image.
So anytime I have a suspected gunshot wound and have a defect there, I ask the medical examiner's office to re-radiograph that area now that there's no soft tissue focusing in that region, because many times you can get some metal transfer, and I just like to document that as well.
Okay. When that x-ray was taken, did you note anything in the x-ray that would be consistent with metal transfer?
Yes, so these two little white dots here along that margin, that semicircular margin of bone right there, would be consistent with metal transfer.
Let's just take that a step further and just to discuss the obvious. If a bullet is traveling through the bone of the jaw, would it leave a metal transfer?
It can. Doesn't
Okay.
always, it can.
But in this particular case, you did see those metal transfers.
That is consistent with it, yes.
Let's go to 17-11 and discuss your figure 20. What does this image depict?
So this image, we're looking at 3 of the neck vertebrae. So we're looking at our 2nd cervical, 3rd cervical, and 4th cervical. These spinous processes would be the back of your neck here, so this would be the front. We're looking at the left side, so left lateral. And I'm taking this photograph because here is that somewhat circular crushing defect that I have listed as another bullet impact between C3 and C4 right here.
Okay. Now, if we look over to the right side of this image, I note that there is green discoloration that we're seeing on the C2 and C3. Can you explain whether or not that has any relevance to a bullet coming to rest between the C3 and the C4, and what that relevance would be?
So you get green staining on bone when you have prolonged contact with metal, specifically copper. So it suggests that that bullet, sometime during decomposition or while the remains were out there, came to lie in that region for a while, which then caused that green coloration.
And then with the deterioration of the human tissue, would the bone then have fallen into the soil where you had recovered it?
It can.
Okay, but as we look at these images, can you tell us whether or not the bullet essentially got trapped between the C3 and C4 after it entered the left mandible?
I can tell you that as the remains were at the scene for that prolonged period of time, that the bullet or metal, which in this case the only metal thing down there was a bullet, came to rest there.
Okay, let's go to State's Exhibit 17-12 and discuss your figure 21. What are you demonstrating here?
So I was trying to demonstrate the aligned trajectory between that mandibular, left mandibular defect, and then that crushing defect between the third and fourth cervical vertebra. So you're looking through that mandibular defect and you have a straight line view to that crushing defect on those two vertebrae.
And does that establish the trajectory that you've described previously?
Yes, I was trying to photo document that trajectory through there.
Going to State's Exhibit 17-3, let's discuss your figure 22. How many images are there?
There are 3,
How are they labeled?
A, B, and C.
Walk us through each of those images and explain what is being depicted here.
So this is the right scapula. This is an anterior frontal view. And what we see here, this is that superior angle of that blade where we have a defect consistent with a bullet impact.
If an individual is standing behind me and they were to look at my back, is that how that bone would be laid out?
No.
No. So explain.
It would be the opposite
Okay.
of that.
All right, explain.
So if you have your scapular blade sitting on your back here, we're looking at this frontal surface of it.
Gotcha. All right, walk us through that.
B here is a close-up of that area. You can see it's semicircular, has crushing defects, and that these portions of the bones have plastic deformation. They're deformed outwards, which again is telling me that the bullet is traveling anterior to posterior through that bone.
All right.
C here, again, as I mentioned, anytime I have a suspected gunshot wound, I like to take another radiograph. So I had them radiograph that scapula there. And in that radiograph, I do have something consistent with metal transfer there, that little white speck that's there.
Address this if you can for me. Given the locations where Breasia was shot at and what you note as far as entry points versus exit points, what then would have been the positioning of Breasia to the individual when these shots were fired?
I can't tell you.
You can't tell? Can you tell me this? Would she have been shot from behind?
The bullet would be traveling anterior to posterior through that scapular blade.
All right, so anterior again would be,
Front to back.
so it's going, this would be front
Correct.
to back.
Correct.
Gotcha. Let's go 17-14 to discuss your figure 23. How many images do we have here?
There are 3 images here, labeled A, B, and C.
What is depicted in State's Exhibit A?
So these are, again, different views of that same scapula, documenting both that initial defect, but a second defect that I had. So taking the scapula, this is that front portion, this is that back portion. So that's the scapular spine that you can kind of feel on your back there. And so this was the defect we discussed in the previous images that were shown. And then I have another compressed or depressed defect in this region here on the spine that was a little bit more superior to inferior, so top to bottom. And so I'm trying to show that in the photographs. I have a close-up in B here so that you can see these are all incomplete fractures through that bone from that crushing of the impact. And C is now a posterior view, so we're looking at that scapular spine, and you can see that this portion of bone has been pushed down. So that's what's telling me superior to inferior, top to bottom, at least somewhat top to bottom, still anterior to posterior a bit.
Okay, so then that would have been the third of the 3 shots. I'm not talking about the order of the shots, but that would represent the child having been shot yet a third time.
Correct. Based on the defects that I had in the skeleton, I have a minimum of 3 gunshot wounds.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 17-15, please discuss what we have here in your figure 24. How many images do we have?
There are 3 images labeled A, B, and C.
What's depicted in A?
So A, this is the left femoral head. And the whole purpose of this figure 24 was to document evidence of the carnivore damage.
And then, let me stop you right there. Let's go back to our Exhibit 17-1. Can you point out what the femoral head would be?
This would be the left femoral head here.
Okay, and then, so where's that located on the body itself?
That would be in the hip joint.
All right, so let's go back then to our Image A again.
So this is that left femoral head, and we have a bunch of hits and kind of chewing away at this that's consistent with carnivore damage.
Go to Exhibit, or Image B.
B, I have some of the ribs laid out here. This is the left fifth rib, and that whiter color and all that fraying right there is again consistent with carnivore damage.
And then C.
C, this is, I'm gonna check my caption for the right. Yes, this is the right, there we go.
Here we go.
Portion of the right foot here, the right metatarsals, and again, you can see these frayed ends here. That's consistent with carnivore damage.
For each of those bones that we have projecting out, are those the toes of the child, or what are
No,
they?
you're still further back from the toe, so you're still in the area of the arches. The phalanges or the toes would then come off of here and continue down.
All right, and then, so then just to go back and correlate that with what we see in State's Exhibit 17-1, what would that correlate with?
So that's right here.
Got it. What findings did you report to Dr. Cruz?
I reported that, A, the remains were consistent with Breasia Terrell based on the age estimation and then the radiographic and photographic comparisons there, and that I had found evidence of a minimum of 3 gunshot wounds with 4 defects consistent with bullet impacts.
Did that conclude your responsibilities in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your conclusions, did those indicate that the gunshot wounds would have been suffered right there where the remains were found?
I cannot indicate that from the skeletal remains.
At least 2 of the gunshots were pass-throughs of the body?
I don't know. The first one of them here, not the first, I can't tell the order either. But the impact to the mandible, it could have come to rest at the vertebrae there. It may not have gone out. The scapula, while there is a little bit of a hole there, we still have a lot of that bone that's frayed edges. That could have been its termination there as well. I can't tell from that.
Can you tell from your examination how close the assailant would have been to Ms. Terrell when the trigger was pulled?
I cannot.
Did you find any evidence of sharp force trauma on the remains?
I did not.
It is common when sharp force trauma is used to kill someone, or even have been used as a method of harming someone but may not be the cause of death. You find sharp force trauma in remains such as these, correct?
It depends. There's areas like the abdomen where all we have is soft tissue. So in anthropology, if we did find anything, it's always a minimum because we can't say what didn't hit bone.
Okay. But if a machete were used and hit bone, you would expect to see evidence of sharp force trauma, correct?
If a machete hit bone, yes, I would expect to see evidence of that.
How about blunt force trauma? Was there any evidence of blunt force trauma?
I did not have any.
If blunt force trauma were to be found on a skeletal remains such as these, what would you look for here?
With blunt force trauma, you would see some form of fracturing occurring, assuming that that trauma was of a significant force to cause that skeletal fracturing. If you have blunt force that doesn't cause any fracturing to the bone, then I wouldn't be able to see that in the bone.
But like a baseball bat were used to break a bone, you would see that here in these remains, correct?
Yes.
You saw no evidence of that?
No.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you. Dr. Garvin, since you were dealing with skeletal remains, was all of the tissue gone other than the areas that you've identified?
Yes, I mean, the scene photographs, and I'm sure the autopsy photographs show the condition of the remains. The skeleton as laid out in my photograph there, the only difference was that that pelvic area had been macerated.
Certainly. And since we have no human tissue that encompasses the skeletal remains, is it difficult to determine whether or not there was sharp force trauma that was used?
Any soft tissue analyses is up to the forensic pathologist. I do not deal with that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Matt Dean to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Matthew Dean, Matthew-Dean.
Mr. Dean, what county are you a resident of?
Clinton,
How long have you lived in Clinton?
my whole life.
All right. If I could, I'd like to direct your attention to the time frame of January 15th of 2021. Did you have occasion to be interviewed by Detective Evan Obert of the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
At the time of your interview, could you describe for us what your status was at that time?
I was located in Clinton County Jail.
And just for purposes of perspective, relative to the Clinton County Jail, how is that set up in terms of where inmates are assigned, during their stay?
They have what's called pods in there, and different people go into different pods or whatever.
Okay, so within any given pod, is there what would be a day room where individuals hang out?
Yes.
Is there a television located in the day room for inmates to be able to watch?
Yes.
Do the inmates have their own individual rooms that they are assigned to?
Yes.
And then is there a bathroom or a bathroom shower area for the inmates to use?
Yes.
During that period of time, was there a subject by the name of Henry Dinkins who was an inmate in the pod that you were in?
Yes.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
Yes.
Could you please identify him for our record?
Over there.
Okay. And what color shirt is the gentleman wearing?
Tan.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of Mr. Dinkins.
The record shall so reflect.
Okay. Now, prior to January 15th of 2021, were you familiar with the various news stories that had been coming out since July of 20 about a child identified as Breasia Terrell who came up missing in the Davenport area?
Yes.
Were those news stories that were also being broadcast there in the Clinton area?
Yes.
And then just based, on your perspective, being an individual who lives in this area of the state, was the status of this child missing something that was very well known to members of the community?
Yes.
Okay. When you were in the Clinton County Jail, did you ever have occasion to be around Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Did he ever speak to the topic of Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
In what capacity?
He would speak that he would try to say that he didn't have any involvement, and that he would always try to place blame on, I don't know who the individual, the female was, that he would always try to say that she was involved in sex trafficking, and that supposedly would basically try to put the blame off on her.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Did he make any representations to you about the nature of his relationship of Breasia to himself?
He just said he was like a father to her.
Okay. At some point in time, did you have occasion to be in the day room when the television was playing and there was a news story that came on about Breasia?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Dinkins within the vicinity of where you were located when that news story came on?
Yes, the news story came on and broadcasted that they were continually looking for her, and he would state that they're never going to find her.
Okay. When he made that statement that they were never going to find her, did that seem like an odd statement for someone to make?
Yes.
After you heard him make that statement, then what steps did you take?
I just I really didn't go into further questioning with him because, obviously he made it apparent that he would try to say that he, didn't have any involvement or whatever, so I didn't really go farther into engaging conversation with him.
Did you reach out to correctional staff, though, to report the comment that you heard him making that they were never going to find Breasia's?
One of the officers came in and pulled all the people out of the cell or the pod that we were in and questioned all of us regarding statements that he had made, because I'm pretty sure the Clinton County Courthouse has like a newer system that they record everything, and everything that's said in there can be recorded, I think, so.
Okay. By virtue of that circumstance, did Detective Evan Obert from the Davenport Police Department come down and speak with you about this matter?
Yes.
Did that conclude your involvement?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Sir, essentially you're telling us that you spent some time with Mr. Dinkins in Clinton County Jail, right?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't remember the exact time or date or whatever. It was probably a few weeks in total that we were in the same pod or whatever together.
Okay, so the context of what you're saying is essentially that you and Mr. Dinkins, as well as maybe some other people, were sitting around a TV and watching a news story about Breasia Terrell's disappearance, right?
Correct. The news story would come across the news several times a day and be broadcasted that, like I said, that she was missing and they were looking for her, and it would continually say that he was just a person of interest in the case.
Okay, and obviously he's sitting right next to you or around you at some point, right?
Correct.
And then you stated that he has made the comment at least one time in the past that they're never going to find her, right?
Correct.
I mean, it didn't seem to you like he was admitting he killed Breasia, right?
He didn't admit, no, to killing her.
I mean, it didn't seem like he was trying to hide something, right?
Wouldn't really consider that he was trying to say he didn't do it. He just would state that, they're never going to find her, as far as like, I don't know how to really say it,
Okay. I mean, he never told you or anybody sitting around you that he, in fact, killed Breasia Terrell, did he?
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
The state has no further questions.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls forensic analyst Jody Webb to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
It's a big night, Jody, so be careful. Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Jody Blakely Webb, Jody Blakely Webb.
What is your occupation?
I'm a geologist, forensic examiner with the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
How long have you been employed with the FBI's laboratory in Quantico, Virginia?
Almost 26 years.
Let's talk about your prior educational background. Could you please describe that?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Geology from Northern Arizona University and a Master of Science in Geology from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
When did you complete your formal education?
In 1994.
And then after you completed your formal education...
I'm sorry, in 1997.
Okay, there we go. After you completed your formal education, when did you specifically start your career with the FBI?
I entered on duty with the FBI laboratory in November of 1997.
Gotcha. If you could describe any type of specialized training that you've received as a geologist, I'm going to go very slow here, as a geologist, forensic examiner, please do so.
Yes. After I entered on duty with the FBI laboratory, I successfully completed a year-long training program of on-the-job training, which taught me how to handle and process forensic evidence. This included a number of tests, oral boards, and moot court exercises. Since that time, I've been conducting forensic geology exams and have been in my current position. I also attend continuing education courses and regularly attend and present at professional meetings.
Define what you mean by geological matters.
So a forensic geology examination can be conducted for a number of reasons. We can determine if two or more sources of geological materials can be included as coming from a similar source. We can identify an unknown material. We can determine the end use of a geological material, and we can assist in search purposes by defining a geographical location or provenance of an area, among other things.
Okay. What are some examples of geological materials that you work with?
These include soil, rocks, minerals, and gemstones, and then man-made derivatives such as glass and building materials.
Okay. Now speak to the topic of engaging in some type of provenance. Spell that first of all for purposes of our record, and then define what that means.
Provenance. So a forensic provenance examination is conducted usually for investigative purposes and it's done by taking some material of unknown origin and determining the material in it, usually identifying the geological components, the anthropogenic or human identified materials, and the biological materials, and then comparing them to maps, theses, reference materials, or comparison materials in an attempt to help investigators with search locations by either narrowing down a source location or eliminating certain source areas.
All right. If you could, let's speak directly to the issue of soils themselves. Now, do you work directly with soils all the time?
Yes.
Okay. What are the various components of a soil sample that you're looking at?
Well, soil can be defined many ways. One way can be defined as the medium for the growth of plants. For forensic materials, we look at three components when we identify and compare soil materials. Those include the color, the texture, and the composition of soils.
Okay. Now, for soils themselves, or is the composition of particular soil samples unique to a certain geographic area?
Not necessarily. So soils vary both horizontally across the surface and vertically with depth. And the areas that one soil might be similar is going to change depending on where it is on Earth. So sometimes they may change very rapidly, and sometimes they may change, they may be consistent over long periods of space.
Okay, so let's use this as an example. Let's say that there are soil samples that have been collected in North Carolina, and those soil samples may be compared to soil samples in Tennessee. May those soil samples bear similarities in the color, texture, and composition of that material?
It's hard to say without looking at those. Usually, we can tell those types of samples that are spatially dissimilar apart. Those are usually fairly obvious. But again, it depends. There may be soils that do have the same color, texture, and composition coincidentally. But again, very small, they might have very small differences, but overall they may have the same color, for example, and texture or relative composition.
Now, do you use geological maps in the course of your work?
Yes.
Explain how those come into play.
We use geological maps many different ways. We can use them in our comparison samples to try to determine the extent that a certain soil might occur in an area. And we can use geologic maps in our geolocation or provenance examinations to help, again, either narrow down a source of a material or eliminate potential sources of material, again, to assist in the location of that potential material or the potential location of that material.
Describe then the different types of findings that you make in the course of your analysis.
So for a comparison, there are about 4 different findings that you can have. It is possible that you can have materials, if you have solid aggregates, that can be fracture fit together, or then you can have an inclusion where the color, texture, and composition cannot be distinguished, and therefore you can't eliminate 2 or more soils as coming from the same location. You can have an exclusion where 1 or more of those properties, the color, texture, and the composition, are different, and that we would say that the material of the unknown origin did not originate from those known soil samples. And then we can have what we call an inconclusive, and that's where we cannot tell whether or not the soils of question origin could have originated from our known soil samples, and that's where we either do not have enough material for reliable analysis, or there's something has happened to the material. It has been compromised somehow, whether it's been contaminated or there might be some sort of deleterious change.
Okay, I want to go back to your discussion about an inclusive finding, and then explain that again so that we can slowly process what it is that you have said, and then I'm just going to take that a step further. So, if you have an inclusive finding, what does that mean?
That means that the color, the texture, and the composition are what we call indistinguishable, meaning I can't tell the difference between those properties, between the soils of questioned origin and my known soil samples, so soils from some known location on Earth, and therefore the possibility that the questioned soils could have originated from that known soil location cannot be eliminated.
So essentially, it's a positive finding.
It is. It's what we would call an inclusion.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention to an investigation that was conducted by the Davenport Police Department commencing on July 10th of 2020, involving the report of a child identified as Breasia Terrell who's reported missing. Are you familiar with that investigation?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that investigation?
I was asked to conduct some analyses on that investigation. Excuse me.
And then do you need a cup of water?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I know a lot of us are getting colds here.
Thank you.
How are you familiar with that investigation?
I received some samples, some known soil samples and some comparison samples.
All right. If we could, I'd like to discuss the timeline so that I understand the nature of the requests made and any urgency associated with that. So, were you aware of July 10th being the date that she was reported missing?
Yes.
All right. Within the context of her having been reported missing, were you aware that law enforcement, to include the Davenport Police Department and the FBI and even the state DCI, were actually out doing major searches in areas of Davenport and going to the Clinton area?
I was not aware of that, no.
All right. At any rate, who would have been your point of contact as a law enforcement officer?
That was an agent from the FBI Omaha department.
Who was that individual?
May I look at my notes, please?
Would it help to refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh her recollection?
She may.
That was from Special Agent Cameron Smith.
Okay. Now, were there communications going back and forth between Special Agent Cameron Smith and representatives of the FBI laboratory out at Quantico?
Yes.
Okay. Describe what was developing in those communications relative to requests that were being submitted.
These communications were just clarifications for some of the requests that Special Agent Smith had submitted.
Okay. Was there any urgency that was communicated to the laboratory as far as expediting the process of various items of evidence that were being submitted?
I can only speak to the soil evidence.
Okay, and then tell me about that.
So in my case, I was asked to look at some soil evidence to do what we were called a forensic provenance examination. And the urgency was, in this case, to try and assist with the search.
Okay, so at the time then that you were doing your analysis, they still had not found the child, would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
Were you aware that they subsequently found skeletal remains on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, but your involvement, did it occur well before the discovery of those remains?
Yes, it did.
So as far as any type of provenance examination or analysis that you conducted, did that occur well before the discovery of the remains?
Yes, it did.
And we'll talk about that. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 50? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 50 for purposes of examination. Do you recognize, or I should say for purposes of identification, do you recognize State's Exhibit Number 50?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit Number 50?
This is the report of examination that I generated on December 14th, 2020.
All right. Now, in this particular document, does it identify various items of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory for you to utilize in your analysis?
Yes.
Does it give us a subject name as far as a subject of interest?
Yes.
What is that name?
Henry Dinkins.
Does it list the name of the child, Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Is the discipline noted on this report for the type of examination to be conducted?
Yes.
And what is noted as far as the discipline?
Trace mineralogy.
All right. And then does it have the FBI's investigative case number?
Yes.
Could you please identify that for our record?
The case ID number is OM-3290265.
When items of evidence come into the laboratory, does the laboratory adopt the FBI's investigative number, or do they assign their own laboratory number to the report?
So there are two things. They have the FBI's case identification number, and then they adopt a It's also given a unique laboratory identification number.
What is that unique laboratory identification number?
This is 2020-01448, and this is -12, which just indicates that it is case record 12.
All right. For every record that's generated by the laboratory, will they assign a specific number to that report so that we get some perspective of how many reports there are?
Yes,
Thank you. And then what date was this report authored?
December 14th, 2020.
Does your name appear on the report as the analyst who
Yes.
authored it? Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit Number 50.
No objection.
Exhibit 50 will be admitted.
All right. Your Honor, may I go to the Elmo and publish this?
You may.
All right. Ms. Webb, what I'd like to do, because we have been dealing with so many items of evidence, I think it's just helpful to be able to see things in writing. Now, for you, as far as items that were submitted to the laboratory, was it essentially four categories of evidence?
Yes.
All right. Our first item number, what is the item number that the FBI lab attached to that particular exhibit?
Item 38.
Describe.
That was described to me as a washcloth from a plastic bag.
All right. Then let's go to our next category of items of evidence. What item numbers were assigned to that next category?
Those were items 57, 58, 59, and 60.
Could you describe what exhibits fell within that series?
Yes, these were all debris from a red Chevrolet, and specifically, item 57 was debris from a passenger side rear footwell drain plug. Item 58 was debris from the driver's side rear footwear drain plug. Item 59 was debris from the driver's side pinch weld. And item 60 was debris from the driver's side rear brake line bracket. And all of those were, again, described to me as being from a red Chevrolet.
Thank you. Then let's go to our next series. Give me the item numbers for that next series.
Those are items 61, 62, 63, and 64.
Describe what those submissions consisted of.
Those consisted of soil samples from 300th and US 30 East DeWitt.
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and bring back our state's Exhibit 38. We've had testimony about a major search that was done in Clinton, Iowa on July 15th through the 19th along the area of Highway 30. So Highway 30, and then we see DeWitt up there. Are those the descriptors that are attached to that category of exhibits?
Yes.
All right. Now let's go to our final category, and let me just flip the page to see if there's anything listed on that second page. Nope. Okay. What's our final category?
Those are items 65, 66, 67, 68, and 69. And those were described to me as soil samples from 2331 through 2397 West River Drive in Davenport.
Okay. Which of those exhibits were you to utilize to compare to the soil samples taken from that red Chevrolet noted in this laboratory report?
So I was asked to compare items 61 through 69 through to items 57 through 59. In other words, the items from the red Chevrolet, items 57 through 60, to compare to items 61 through 69.
All right. Let's start with the washcloth. What request was made relative to the washcloth from the plastic bag?
I was also asked to compare any debris recovered from the washcloth to the soil samples from items 61 through 69.
All right. So relative to the washcloth, when you examined that washcloth, what did you note?
So the washcloth contained insufficient debris, geological material, for examination. So that fell into that inconclusive category. So no conclusion could be reached as to the source of the geological material on the washcloth, item 38.
When you compared the soil samples taken along the area of 300th and US 30 east of DeWitt, being our items 61, 62, 63, and 64, and you compared it to the debris that was removed from the underneath side of that red Chevrolet, what were the findings?
I found that the debris from the red Chevrolet was different from the soil samples from 300th and the US 30 East DeWitt.
Okay, and then if we look at items 65 through 69, the soil samples that were taken down in the area of West River Drive, and you compared that to the debris under the red Chevrolet, what findings were made?
I found that the debris from under the red Chevrolet was also different from the soil samples from the 2331 through 2397 West River Drive in Davenport, my items 65 through 69.
Okay. Were you to be the forensic analyst who was to do all of the analysis for this case related to trace mineralogy?
Yes.
All right. Did something happen? Because let me set this up to you. Do you know if there were soil samples then collected from the site where Breasia Terrell's remains were found in March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
All right. And so were you involved in comparing those soil samples to the debris from underneath the red Chevrolet?
I was not the one who did the comparison. I did do a review of that work.
All right. Who was the FBI analyst? I tell you, I'm not feeling good today, so my tongue's not working. But the FBI analyst, who was the FBI analyst who did that analysis?
That was done by my colleague, Dr. Ian Sagador.
All right. And then had you been assigned to another matter where Dr. Sagador took over then?
Yes.
Okay. What did your review process consist of?
So Dr. Sagador, he did the next report, and then, as is the case with all of our reports at the FBI laboratory, they undergo a number of reviews. They do, this case, I did a verification, which means that I looked at the samples that Dr. Sagador looked at, and I determined whether or not I could come to the same or different conclusions. And then I did what was called a technical review. I looked at Dr. Sagador's report to see if he followed all the procedures, all of our technical procedures, and if I agreed with his conclusions, and if, making sure that, again, he followed all of our procedures. So both of those things were done. The verification, making sure that I agreed with his conclusions, and the technical report, making sure that, his notes were followed everything that he said in his conclusions, and that he followed all of our technical procedures.
Give me a moment if you could. Now, were there soil samples that were collected along a gravel road that had been submitted to be compared to the debris underneath that maroon Impala?
So I don't have that report in front of me.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. And may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel as remarked the State's Exhibit 51. May I approach?
You may.
Just for purposes of perspective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 51?
Yes, this is a copy of the report that Dr. Ian Saganor authored on January 19th, 2022.
And does this set forth findings that you would have performed a peer review of?
Yes.
Did he compare soil samples from what's described as the west side of a gravel road to the debris underneath the red Impala?
Yes.
All right. What were his findings?
You took.
Your Honor, I'm
I'm
going to
sorry.
object. I think there's improper foundation. It's calling for hearsay.
Well, and Your Honor, I'll reapproach that. Let me ask you this. When you did your peer review, did you agree with the findings of Dr. Saganor?
I did agree.
Okay, that's all the questions that I have.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
We'll adjourn for noon. Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Brendan Rogie to the stand.
If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
First name Brendan, Brendan. Last name Rogie, Roggee.
Thank you. Mr. Rogie, what community are you a resident of?
Clinton County.
Clinton County?
Yeah.
And then, how long have you lived out in the Clinton County area?
My whole life.
Are you familiar with a subject by the name of Jesse Dow?
Yes.
Can you spell Jesse Dow for our record?
Jesse, Dow, DAU.
Are you also familiar with a subject by the name of Eric Johnson?
I am.
And how does Eric spell his first name?
ERICK. I'm not.
That's okay, we'll get it from him. But at any rate, how do you know Jesse Dow and Eric Johnson?
We're friends.
How long have you been friends with the two gentlemen?
I went to high school with Jesse, and Eric is Jesse's cousin, so I'd say over 10 years probably.
Certainly. I want to direct your attention to events that occurred on March 22nd of 2021. Do you recall what day of the week that was?
Not for certain, no.
Did you work that day?
I did.
And then after you got off work, what did you do?
I called Jesse and seen if he wanted to go fishing. It was relatively warm for that time of year, and we decided that's where we wanted to go.
Okay. When you telephoned Jesse, did you learn that somebody was with Jesse at that time?
Yes, he was with Eric.
Okay. And where were the two subjects at when you made the call?
I think they were at Eric's, which is a little bit farther north.
All right. Now, we're going to talk about the location where you went fishing at that day. Can you describe where it is located relative to Highway 61 and then the exit of Highway 30 when you would go into Clinton?
It's north of Highway 30 by about 5 miles. It's right off of 61.
How would you describe the area that you were going to go fishing at?
I don't understand what.
Sure. Is it a rural area? Is it an area where there is a city?
There's not much traffic there. That's.
And is this area out in the country?
Yeah.
All right. The area that you were to go fishing, just describe what's in that area.
Mainly just the pond, and then Kuhnau's implement is just off to the north of that.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
All right. Now, I have before you an exhibit that we've got on the easel. It's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit 41. I want you to look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize what is depicted.
I do.
Describe what is depicted.
More center there. Well, you got the highway cutting through, and then Kuhnau's pond, and then the Kuhnau implement.
All right. Do you?
So DeWitt would be off the map this way.
Okay. Let's look at the legend down in the bottom corner.
Yep.
Does it give you an indication as to where north would be located on that exhibit?
It does.
And where would it be located on the exhibit?
Down here.
But is north to the top of the exhibit?
Oh, no, north is up here, sorry.
All right. And so at the bottom of the exhibit, that would be?
South.
South. And then are you familiar with your directions to know what would be east versus west as you stand there looking at the exhibit?
Yeah, 270th would be east of the pond, and then 218th would be to the west of the pond.
Okay. Do you see U.S. Highway 61?
I do.
As a general rule, Highway 61 travels what directions?
North-south.
Certainly. Now, if you are heading down Highway 61, what direction would you have to travel in order to access the area of Kuhnau Implement and the location we're going to be talking about?
If you're coming from DeWitt or
if you're coming from DeWitt.
Okay, so you'd be traveling north
Okay.
to probably 212th Street there, that intersection?
At 212th Street, what's the relevance of that location?
Don't really understand.
Certainly. How would you exit the area of Kunow
It'd be
Inflant?
to the right.
Okay.
You'd exit right if you're headed north.
And then what street would that be?
That would be 212.
Okay, now, if you could, Mr. Rogie, behind you, you're going to find a pointer. Do you see that?
Yep.
What I'd like for you to do is come off of the witness stand, take the microphone and just place it over towards you so that you can talk into it, and then just step off to the side of that exhibit. All right, now, when you went to that area, do you know what time of day you would have gone to go fishing?
I'd say in between 5 and 6. I work 10s at, so 5:30-ish.
5:30
Yeah.
or sometime after that?
Yeah.
Certainly. And then, did you travel from the Clinton area to go to the area of Kunow Implement?
I came from DeWitt on 218 and took this right onto 270th in Partier.
Certainly. Now, the location that you've indicated that you've parked on 270th Avenue, would that be on the right, or the east side of the roadway, or the west side of the roadway?
I parked on the west side.
As you're looking at State's Exhibit 41, is there an access road that you see that you utilize to go down to the pond where you fished?
Like a driveway to it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Okay. Describe the incline associated with that drive down to the area of the pond.
It's very, very steep.
Is that an area, that access road, that you would drive your vehicle down
Not
through?
really. I have a car, so no.
Okay. And why wouldn't you drive a car down that access road to the area of the pond?
I'd most likely get stuck.
All right. Would you feel that way whether or not the weather was good or bad?
Yeah.
All right. Now, who was first to arrive there at the fishing spot?
I actually was.
Okay. And then how much time elapsed before the other two gentlemen joined you?
I don't know, 5 minutes maybe.
Certainly. Go ahead and take your seat for the time being. When you arrived at the area, did you stay up by your vehicle or start to go down
I
by
s-
the pond?
I smoked a cigarette in my car, so I didn't leave my car.
All right. At what point did you exit your car?
When Jesse and Eric showed up,
When the other two gentlemen showed up, what did the three of you do?
started to walk down. I mean, obviously we got our fishing gear and stuff, but started to walk down.
Okay. And what area were you walking down toward the pond?
Down that the steep embankment there.
What I'm describing as the access road?
Yeah.
As you were walking down toward the pond, what developed?
I just happened to glance out the corner of my eye and really just seen something really, really white, and turns out it was their skull. I was just kind of fixated on that. I wasn't sure if it was real or not, so Eric flipped or touched the skull, and he told me it was real, so I decided to call the Clinton non-emergency number.
Were you the first individuals to notice the skull, if you know?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
When you noticed the skull, did you verbalize that to Jesse or to Eric?
Yeah.
When you verbalized that, did anyone within the group beyond Eric approach the area where the skull was located?
I mean, I was like 3 foot maybe, but not really.
Now take the pointer again, and what I want you to do is show us where you observed that skull located at.
I would say it was probably here.
All right. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to present a different exhibit to you, and that's going to be State's Exhibit 42. Going to State's Exhibit 42, do you recognize what's depicted on this particular photograph?
I do.
All right, use your microphone and tell us how you recognize this exhibit.
This is the pond south of Coonhouse.
Is this a better perspective?
Yeah, it's blown up.
Certainly. As you look at 270th Avenue, give us a general idea of where your vehicle was parked there on the west side of 270th Avenue.
I was probably parked right here.
Okay? Would that put you further south of that access road down to the
Yes.
pond? Now, in this particular exhibit, can you get a better perspective of the location where you would have seen the remains? And as we look at that exhibit, is there an article or item laying there that you noted was in the area of the remains?
I don't understand.
Certainly. Look close in that photograph. Get up very close to it.
Oh, the tire?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does the tire have any relevance to you?
It was just close, I guess.
The tire was close to
Yeah.
the remains?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. How accurate is this aerial photograph relative to the trees and lack of vegetation or blooming of any vegetation during this time of year?
Of March when we found her? Yeah, that's pretty much how it was.
Certainly. At this point in time, were there any leaves on the trees?
Not on the trees, but on the grounds from the, before winter.
Okay. And
Which
would
is
the-
why it stuck out so much.
All right, and were the leaves that you're describing on the ground, was that dead foliage from the
Yeah.
trees having lost their leaves?
Yes.
Is that what you said caused the skull to stick out?
Yeah.
All right, and then beyond that, was there any plant life that was blooming on the ground during this
I
period of time?
wouldn't say like full blooming, but starting to come up, yeah.
Certainly. All right, so then take us to your next step. You observed the skull, what is it that you did?
I called the Clinton County non-emergency number.
When you contacted the non-emergency number, what did you advise?
That was about 90% sure that I found human remains, but I wasn't totally for certain on that, so I asked for an officer to come down and take a look.
What happened next?
I waited about 5 to 8 minutes approximately, and then the first officer arrived.
Where did you wait for law enforcement to arrive on the scene?
Back on the road.
All right, and then did anyone stay down by the area of the human remains while you waited for law enforcement?
I don't recall.
All right, we'll talk with Jesse and Eric about that. What happened when law enforcement arrived on the scene?
He asked who called. I said it was me, and then he had asked me to show him where, so I showed him where, and then he had us move our cars up the road to the, like, Kuna has, they have a back gate, I guess, kind of, so he had us move our cars and said basically there's gonna be a bunch of cops showing up eventually, so we sat around and waited for a few hours.
All right, now, after law enforcement started to show up, were you directed to a location to be interviewed?
Yes.
Explain.
We went to the Clinton County Satellite Office in DeWitt.
What happened when you arrived at the satellite office?
I'm not sure on a name, but a detective from Clinton had talked to us, and then one from Davenport. I also don't remember his name.
Okay, does the name of Detective Evan Obert sound familiar?
Yes.
Was he a tinier individual with a bald head?
Yes.
And then did you provide a complete statement of what you've described here today to Detective Obert?
Yes.
Brendan, were you aware of the investigation that the Davenport Police Department had been involved in relative to a little girl by the name of Breasia Terrell who was reported missing back in July of 2020?
I've heard the names, but I hadn't really paid too much attention to it. Although I did see a Facebook thing when I was waiting to be interviewed there at the Clinton County site that made me believe that's who we found.
Certainly. Let's talk about what you noted in the area of the human remains. When you noted the skull there on the ground, is there anything else that you noted that would have given an indication of the race of the race of the individual associated with those skeletal remains?
Dreadlockish hair.
Okay. And so with that being said, when you saw the Facebook posts with the skeletal remains, the hairstyled in the fashion of dreadlocks,
And the clothing.
and the clothing,
Yeah.
was there clothing attached to the body or right there with the skeletal remains, if you can recall?
I think they were close. I was just like 3 foot, but got enough to glance, and then that was about it.
All right. Is there anything else that you can recall about your involvement in this matter?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions.
No cross-examination.
You may step down.
Thank you.
The state would call Jesse Dow.
Please raise your right hand. Do you sort of tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name for our court reporter?
Jesse Dow, Jessedau.
What city do you live in?
DeWitt,
How long have you lived there?
my whole life.
Are you familiar with two individuals named Brendan Rogge and Eric Johnson?
Yes.
How do you know them?
Brendan and I went to high school together, and Eric is my cousin.
Now, I want to draw your attention back to March 22nd of 2021. At some point in that day, did you make plans to meet up with Brendan and Eric?
Yeah, I was at Eric's house. I believe we were grilling. Brendan called me, I believe when he got off work, asked if I wanted to go fishing.
And did the three of you decide to go fishing?
Yes, yes.
Where were you planning to go fishing?
The pond behind the Kunow implement?
Is that an area where you had fished before?
Yes.
How often, if you're able to estimate?
A handful of times throughout the years.
From approximately when?
I think the first time I went out there, I was probably a freshman in high school.
So you're familiar with that area?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have arrived at that area?
I would say probably around 5 or 5:30.
And how did you get to that area?
I drove from Eric's house.
Did you drive yourself?
Eric and I rode together.
Now, if I want to direct your attention to a map here, State's Exhibit 42. Do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 42?
I do.
And is that the pond we've been talking about near Kunow Implement?
Yes, it is.
Right next to you, there is a pointer. If you see that there, and you may have to get up and go walk up to the map, but can you point to where you would have parked that day? And what type of vehicle were you driving?
Chevy Silverado.
Did anyone else drive to that location?
Brendan?
Can you point to where Brendan was parked that day? Do you recall what type of vehicle Brendan was driving?
Grand Prix.
Okay, I'll go ahead and have you take your seat again. Because I'm not a car person, but a Chevy Silverado, is that a truck?
Yes.
And is a Grand Prix more of a sedan?
Yes.
Why did you park on the side of the road there?
Brendan was there before me, and I just pulled up to his car.
Is there a reason you wouldn't drive down towards the pond?
It's a pretty steep embankment there.
Would you be concerned about potentially getting stuck?
Yes.
Have you ever driven down to that pond area?
I think I have once in the past.
Typically, would you park on the side of the road?
Yeah.
Once you and Eric arrived and joined Brendan, what did the three of you do?
Gathered our fishing equipment and started headed down to the pond.
And what happened as you started to head down towards the pond?
Brendan noticed something off to the right-hand side. I don't remember exactly what he said. He saw something. I continued to walk down to the pond to start fishing, and that's when he said, it was a body.
Once you heard Brendan say that, what did you do?
I was down at the pond, and I walked back. I didn't believe it was what he said.
Can you, again, I'm going to ask that you get up and go over to our map here and kind of point to the general area where Brendan was at? And the area that you pointed to, are you able to see anything on the map besides trees and ground that kind of orients us to that specific spot?
Aside from the trail, there's a tire lane there.
Can you point to where you would have been fishing or where you started to fish? Okay. So after you heard Brandon say something that there's a body, did you then go back up to where that tire was?
I did.
You can go ahead and take a seat again. What did you observe when you got to that location?
Human remains. The first thing that I saw was a skull.
And where was Eric at the time that you walked back up to this area?
Eric was standing right next to Brendan.
So what happened at that point?
Brendan called 911, and we walked back up to our vehicles.
Now, while the three of you were standing there, did anybody make contact with the remains?
I believe Eric did.
Do you recall what he did?
I'm pretty sure he just moved the skull.
Do you know why he did that?
I would assume it's because he didn't think it was real.
Were you familiar with a missing child from the Davenport area, the case Breasia Terrell?
I was. It didn't occur to me until we were headed back to the police station.
Okay. So even as you were standing there and looking at the remains, you weren't making any sort of association with this particular case at that time?
No.
Now, you mentioned that, I believe Brandon called the police.
Yes.
What did the three of you do while you were waiting for the police to arrive?
We went up and sat on the tailgate of my truck.
And so you would have left that area and went back to the side of the road?
Correct.
Did you observe anybody else in that area at that time?
No.
Did anyone else touch the remains besides that one incident you described with Eric?
No.
Once the police arrived, what happened?
The responding officer walked down to where the body was, and he ended up calling for backup, and there were several other police that showed up.
And at some point, you mentioned being taken to a police station.
Yes.
Do you recall what police station that was?
It was actually the satellite office into it.
And what happened once you got to that office?
We were questioned by a Clinton County investigator and then a Scott County investigator came in.
Do you recall either of their names?
No.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
All right, I don't have any further questions.
No cross-examination.
You may step down.
The state calls Eric Johnson.
You'll raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Please have a seat. Just one moment.
Can you please state and spell your name for our court reporter?
Eric Johnson, EricJohnson.
And what city do you live in?
Grand Mound, Iowa.
And are you familiar with Brendan Rogge and Jesse Dow?
Yes.
How do you know them?
Jesse's my cousin and Brendan's his friend.
Now, back on March 22nd, 2021, do you recall what you were doing that day?
We had grilled at my house and then we decided to go fishing afterwards.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Me and Jesse, and then Brendan had messaged him to go fishing
Do you recall approximately what time that would have been?
around 5:30.
At some point then, did you guys agree to go fishing?
Yes,
And where was the plan to fish at?
at Coon House.
Is that an area where you had fished before?
Yes, we fished there since high school.
How did you arrive at that location?
I rode with Jesse
And do you recall where the two of you parked?
on 270th Avenue.
Do you recall who was the first to arrive?
Brendan,
And so would he have already been there at the time of your arrival?
correct,
Do you recall where he parked?
on 270th.
Right next to you here is State's Exhibit 42. Does this appear to be a map of that pond near Kunow Implement?
Yes,
There was a pointer up there somewhere. Are you able to point to the area, and if you need to step out here, you can, where your vehicle would have parked and then where Brandon's? Okay, first, where did your vehicle park? And then where did Brandon's? Okay. Go ahead and take a seat again. Why did your vehicle park by the side of the road?
we just nosed up to the other car.
Is there a reason you wouldn't have parked next to the pond?
There's a big hill.
Have you ever tried driving down to be closer to the pond
I
before?
have not.
Why not?
Because it's a pretty steep hill,
What would your concern be?
possibly getting stuck.
Once the three of you got out of your vehicles, what did you do next?
Went down to go fishing.
And as you were walking towards the pond, what happened?
Brendan made the discovery.
And what happened at that point?
Well, we kind of blew it off because it wasn't something that you'd hear every day. And, so we didn't know if it was real or not, so. And then when he had said it the second time, that's when we, might want to go look at it.
Do you recall what he said?
He says, is that a real skull? Or something like that.
Now, I'm going to have you come back to the map here. Do you recall where Brendan was when he said, "Is that a real skull"?
Somewhere right in here, I think. We were already past.
When you say "we," who are you referring
I was
to?
walking next to Jesse.
If you can move the microphone over. Thank you.
I was walking next to Jesse.
And so you and Jesse had already walked past that area,
Correct.
and the area you pointed to where Brendan was, is that near kind of where there's a tire that appears to be on the ground?
I believe so.
So at that point that you heard Brendan say, "Is that a real skull?" what did you do?
Well, me and Jesse were talking about his new lure. So we were in conversation the first time he had actually said it, so.
So the first time he said it, fair to say you kind of ignored him.
Yeah,
Then he said something again.
yeah.
Do you recall what he said the second time?
I want to say he said it, is this a sick joke or something? I don't remember exactly.
What did you do at that point?
Approached the skull.
What did you observe when you got to that area?
A human skull.
Did you observe anything else that appeared to be part of skeletal remains?
At that point, no.
What did you do when you saw that skull?
Picked it up.
And why did you do that?
It's just not something that you see every day. So I picked it up and kind of just sat where I was and looked around, and that's when we found the other remains.
At that point, were you concerned that it may be fake?
The initial finding, yes.
Once you picked up that skull, what did you determine?
That it was real.
After you picked up the skull and you made that determination that it was real, what did you do?
I called my brother, that's a cop in DeWitt, or he's a federal officer in Illinois, and then his wife was a DeWitt cop.
To your knowledge, did anyone else call the police?
Brendan was on the phone with the police when I had called my brother.
Did you touch any other portions of those skeletal remains?
I poked at it with the stick a little bit. I did not move nothing.
Did either Jesse or Brendan touch anything?
No.
After you called your brother and Brendan called the police, what did the three of you do?
Waited for the officers to arrive.
And where did you do that?
We waited at the cars.
Now, Mr. Johnson, were you familiar with a missing child at that point named Breasia Terrell?
Briefly, I had heard about it, but I didn't know nothing about it.
At any point while you were there on scene, did you associate with what you had found with Breasia Terrell?
At the point of finding it, no. It wasn't until after we had left that we started coming up with our own conclusions.
Now, when you say when you left, what do you mean?
Went to the police station, sheriff's department.
And were you interviewed at the sheriff's department?
Yes,
Would that have been the same day that you made this discovery?
yes. Immediately after.
Were you taken from this area immediately to that sheriff's office?
Correct.
You can go ahead and have a seat again. When you were interviewed at the sheriff's office, essentially, did you provide the same information that you've testified to here today?
Yes.
While you were observing the other skeletal remains, did you notice anything else about those remains?
The hair,
What did you notice about the hair?
that it was African-American hair and it was long.
Did you observe any clothing or items like that near those remains?
I believe there was a pair of shorts or something.
Did you make any observations about the size of the shorts or anything like that?
No.
Did you have any further involvement in this matter?
No.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
No cross.
You may sit down. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls David Baker to the stand.
You'll raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
David Baker, David, Baker.
Mr. Baker, let me ask you this. Where are you a resident of? What community specifically did you grow up in and live in?
Clinton,
Okay. And is that a community that you had lived at your entire life?
yes.
What I'd like to do is I want to direct your attention to events of July 10th of 2020. As a resident of Clinton County, did you become familiar with news stories of a child identified as Breasia Terrell who had been reported missing during the summer of 2020 here in the Davenport area?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a lot of information that was being put out to the public through news stories?
Yes.
Even as a resident of the Clinton County area, were these news stories that were being broadcast in the Clinton area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that being said, had a period of time passed just by virtue of news stories where it became clear the child wasn't being located?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention, if I could, to January of 2021. What was your status during that period of time?
I was incarcerated.
Okay. And where were you incarcerated at?
Clinton County Jail.
By virtue of your status, did you become familiar with a man by the name of Henry Dinkins?
Yes.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
Could you please describe what he's wearing for purposes of our record?
He is in a brown shirt and
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification.
The record so reflect.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, can you describe how the Clinton County Jail is structured as far as housing for individuals who are inmates?
there's individual pods, an upper tier, lower tier, 3 cells up top most of the time, and then 2 on the bottom.
Okay. And as for the cells, the cells, there we go. I'm not feeling good, so my tongue isn't working today. But as far as the cells are concerned, how many inmates would sleep in a particular cell?
2 max.
2. Beyond the cells where inmates sleep, is there any type of day room where residents then can hang out?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's the day room located in a pod?
Center of the pod, right outside the lower tier cells.
Okay. Is there any television within that day room?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as of January of 2020, 21, did you become familiar with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Was he, in fact, an inmate within the pod that you were located in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you were to describe, I guess, the relationship that you shared with Mr. Dinkins, how would you describe that relationship?
It was neutral. I mean, I
Certainly.
tend to get along with everybody, or try to.
Okay, all right. And is that basically what your personality was like there?
Yes.
Now, during January, were there news stories that were being broadcast relative to Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about a specific event that would have occurred while you were there and Mr. Dinkins was there. Did you have occasion to be near him when there was some newscasts on TV?
Yes.
Was the nature of the newscast such that it would give rise to Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
Describe what developed during that period of time.
Mr. Dinkins said to me they would never find her.
Okay. And when he made those statements, they would never find her, where were you physically positioned relative to Mr. Dinkins?
To the left and slightly behind.
Okay. As he made that statement, with you being slightly behind, did he turn towards you when he made that comment?
Yes.
If you were to describe basically the delivery of that comment, how would you describe the delivery of that comment?
For Henry, normal, I guess.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable with the statement that he made?
No.
And when he made that statement, what impression did it create for you?
That he knew more than what he was letting on.
Okay. At some point in time, did you report that to any correctional staff?
Yes.
When you reported that matter to correctional staff, did that prompt correctional staff to do interviews of other individuals who were staying within that pod?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the subject by the name of Matt Dean?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Matt Dean?
He was my cellmate.
Okay. And was Matt Dean in the same area as you were when Mr. Dinkins made this statement?
Yes.
Did you and Matt Dean have any conversations after the fact about you having heard Mr. Dinkins make that statement?
Briefly.
Did Mr. Dean indicate to you that he had also heard that statement?
That's unclear. I don't remember for sure.
Certainly. But at any rate, then, by virtue of you reaching out to correctional staff, did that prompt an interview that was conducted of you by a detective from the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Baker, at the time of January of 2021, you stated that you were in Clinton County Jail with Mr. Dean and Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes, correct.
As of right now, you are still incarcerated, correct?
Correct, yes.
Where at?
Newton Correctional Facility, Newton, Iowa.
And why are you there?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Mr. Waters, if you could rephrase your question.
As of right now, how long are you going to be in the Newton Correctional Facility?
I am serving 2 5-year terms consecutive.
Okay, so really the point of why you are here today is to testify about the statements that you supposedly heard my client say in Clinton County Jail, right?
Correct.
Okay, so essentially you've testified that you overheard him say that they're never going to find her. And you took that of him meaning, or talking about Breasia Terrell because you were watching some news story.
Correct.
Okay, and at that time, I think it was in January of 2021, right?
The actual news story, I believe, was in October.
Okay, so in October of 2021, you heard him say this statement.
2020, actually.
Sorry,
but
in 2020.
yes.
So when he said that statement, though, it didn't seem like he was admitting he had anything to do with the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, though, correct?
I took it that he knew something more.
Okay, and you're not going to sit here today and tell us that Mr. Dinkins told you he killed Breasia Terrell, right?
No, I'm not telling you that, no.
Okay, and then lastly, because you are testifying today, I just want to know whether you've had any promise of a reduction of sentence or if you've been given any promise of leniency.
Absolutely not.
Other than that one time, you hadn't heard any other comment, though, from him, right?
No,
No?
no.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Mr. Baker, let's just go back for purposes of correcting the record. Were you interviewed in January of 2021?
I was interviewed in January 21, yes.
Got it. And so then the discussions that had occurred relative to the news broadcast, did that occur in October of
Correct.
2020?
Yes.
Gotcha, thank you. I have no further questions.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Jeff Pfeiffer to the stand.
Do you sort of tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Jeffrey Pfeiffer.
We already have the spelling, but let's go ahead and have you give that to us once again.
Geoffrey. Peifer.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, I want to talk to you about developments in the investigation of Breasia Terrell as of March 22nd of 2021. Was there a break in the investigation that came through as a result of events on March 22nd?
Yes, there was.
Describe.
In the evening hours of March 22nd, I was contacted by Special Agent in Charge Rick Ron of the Division of Criminal Investigations from the Iowa Department of Public Safety. In that phone conversation, he relayed to me that a body and some human remains had been discovered in Clinton County, just north of the city of DeWitt.
All right. With that information, then, what steps did that prompt you to take?
He had asked me to respond to his location to view his observations to see if it was potentially related to our missing child case that we had out of Davenport with Breasia Terrell.
Were you given an address to go to?
Not at that time. He advised me to drive north on Highway 61 north of DeWitt until I saw the police vehicles.
Okay. Did you do so?
I did.
And the area then that you drove to, were you able to identify it based on a large police presence?
Yes.
Okay. What area is that?
I later determined it to be a piece of property called the Kunau Implement. It's a commercialized business that sells agricultural implements for tractors and things of that nature.
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, at the beginning of this particular trial, did we go over State's Exhibit 41 and State's Exhibit 42, which would be aerial maps?
Yes, we
where
did.
Breasia's remains were located?
Yes, we did.
All right. Your Honor, may I go ahead and approach?
You may.
All right. I'm just going to go ahead and let's go back to State's Exhibit number 41, where we've got the broader perspective of that entire area. All right. As to State's Exhibit 41, when you got to the area, take the pointer and show us where you went to.
My route there from Scott County would have been north on Highway 61, which is the side on the right here. And as I approached the 212th Street turnoff, the police vehicles were located here on 218th Street. The access to the Kunal Implement was secured by a gate, and police vehicles were lined up along 218th Street here. The turn to 270th Avenue was also part of a instant perimeter established by police emergency vehicles, which consisted mostly at that time of Clinton County Sheriff's staff and Iowa State Patrol.
All right. In the area of 212th Street and the juncture of 270th Avenue, or where 212th becomes 210th Street, 210th Street and the area of 270th Avenue, was there any police presence up at that intersection?
Yes, this area all around this kind of pie-shaped piece of property for the Kunal Implement had a visible police perimeter around it.
Okay. What's the purpose for establishing a perimeter around that entire area?
Initially, when there is believed to be a scene for a crime or evidence, a hasty, larger perimeter is established in order to contain the evidence that's within that area, to keep it in there, and to prevent anyone or anything from coming into that scene.
And to speak to this issue, with the three fishermen having made the report of discovering remains, did it become apparent that actually people in the community were aware of such, and even the press?
Yes, it was.
What was happening as a result?
In this area of 218th Street near the 270th Avenue, as I'm showing with the pointer, there had been an assembly of members of the public as well as some media presence starting to assemble.
Were those individuals being kept out of the area of the crime scene?
Yes.
Speak to the topic of how the crime scene then would be secured and monitored.
As I was directed into the area where the human remains were discovered down this path of 270th Avenue, once that area was established to have what appeared to be human remains on site, I met with Sheriff Greenwald from Clinton County and Iowa State Division of Criminal Investigations staff who were then on scene. We determined to make a dual perimeter, which is common in crime scenes. So the larger hasty perimeter would be this larger area, and then we reduced an inner perimeter to this area near the pond that encompassed gravel access point down to that area near where the remains were.
Okay. Were the remains within the inner perimeter?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement stationed around both the outer and inner perimeter throughout the night and into March 23rd, 2021, until that crime scene had been completely processed and the remains had been recovered?
Yes, near this area where my pointer is, near the access point to that pond area, Clinton County had established a command post by virtue of a portable trailer that they use. That particular vehicle is where the inner perimeter station and the crime scene log was maintained for that inner perimeter activity and people coming and going from it.
Did you reach out to officers of the Davenport Police Department to start coming to the area and assist in maintaining the security around the perimeters established?
Yes, there were agreements made between the city of Davenport and Clinton County and the state police on where we would provide staffing. I enlisted assistance from our detective bureau in Davenport to come up and assist with that inner perimeter. I also requested our on-duty crime scene technician to come up and take some overview photos.
Who is that?
At that time, it was Alicia Fritz.
Certainly. All right. We heard from her early on in the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Fritz, she's pregnant. Is that correct?
Not as of today.
Okay, so she's
She
had the baby. All right, there we go. All right, so is that why we had to take her out of turn?
Yes.
All right. And then beyond assisting the assistance of Ms. Fritz, what plans were established for the recovery of those remains?
Rick Ron from the DCI had reached out to his co-partners at Ankeny, Iowa, where the crime lab is. He requested assistance for their crime scene recovery team, as well as the assistance from Dr. Heather Garvin, who is the state board certified anthropologist, to assist with this delicate recovery.
Okay. By virtue of any recovery efforts, did you become familiar with two young ladies by the name of Anna Young and Jennifer Poland?
Yes, I did.
And what role did these two ladies play in the investigation?
They responded with the DCI crime scene technician group out of Ankeny.
Did those two young ladies then take photographs of the crime scene?
Yes, they did.
Prior to any steps taken to recover the remains?
Yes.
And as that process played out, did they continue to take a progression of photographs?
Yes, they did.
Okay. All right. And then beyond that, our anthropologist, again, what was her name?
Dr. Heather Garvin.
And then what time would Dr. Garvin have responded to the scene?
She responded shortly within the same arrival time of the crime scene technicians the following morning.
Okay. Do you recall generally what time of the morning that Dr. Garvin, Ms. Poland, Ms. Young, and other individuals would have come to the area to focus specifically on the task of documenting the scene and engaging in the recovery of the skeletal remains?
I believe it was around 9 a.m. the following morning. We intended to initiate our briefings and discuss those plans for that recovery effort.
Okay, all right. Now, were you at all involved with Detective Obert in doing interviews of the three fishermen, Brendan Rogie, Jesse Dow, or Eric Johnson, on the evening of March 22nd?
No, I was not.
All right. Was he the detective that you had assigned to carry out that particular task?
Yes, he was.
All right. And then from there, once all of the operative players arrived on the morning of March 23rd of 2021, can you describe then the investigative plan and the processes that played out?
One of the initial concerns was the storm that we thought was moving in the night prior had started. We initiated some overview work with the Clinton County drones, and while photographs and things of that nature were initiated, the rain became a little heavier. We had sent some detectives into the local farm supply store in Clinton to get some tarps and help with some of those efforts to try to preserve the evidence as best we could.
Were tarps placed over the area where the skeletal remains were located?
Yes, it was.
All right, go ahead.
From our strategy session with the DCI crime scene team, as well as Dr. Garvin, they shared with our crew the best way to remove the foliage from the prior season, which consisted of twigs and leaves and things of that nature. You can tell it's a pretty heavily wooded area right in that particular area. And that process was very meticulous. We lined up several detectives to be basically on their hands and knees with brown paper sacks, similar to what you would see like in a grocery store. There was a detective assigned to be behind each person so that they could trade out those bags. And by meticulous, I mean we had gloves on the ground, and we picked up every piece of debris with each hand by fingers, and it was put into these paper bags so that it could be carefully examined and then removed from the area, but not completely discarded without a further review.
Was the foliage picked up piece by piece?
Yes, it was.
And then what was the purpose of picking up the foliage piece by piece?
To make sure there were no components of evidence or human remains being collected with the foliage.
I want to draw your attention back to some earlier testimony, I believe, that we discussed. When you were there, were you shown the area where the remains were at before the recovery efforts began?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Were there tree branches in the area of the skeletal remains?
Yes, the remains were underneath a pretty heavily wooded area.
Okay. Did you make specific observations that directed photographs taken by our civilian crime scene technician, Alicia Fritz?
Yes.
Describe.
The area was initially pointed out to me. I could see a human skull, or what it was definitely explained to me to be what it was. And I could see an automobile tire. And the most apparent thing in a line of depth, the first thing from me, from where I was standing before the body, was a light-colored blue and white slide shoe.
Okay. What was the import of that?
It matched the description of the shoe worn by Breasia Terrell the day she went missing.
Okay. Did you have a chance to observe whether or not there was clothing associated with those remains once they were being recovered?
After the recovery efforts were initiated, yes.
Okay. And did you examine that clothing up close?
Yes, the following morning.
Okay, and then we'll talk about that. We're going to come back to that. But at any rate, relative just to the foliage and tree branches, did you notice tree branches of varying sizes being placed over or around the area of the body?
At that particular juncture, there were multiple pieces of branches and leaves from the preceding season.
Okay. At some point, did you have an opportunity to note anything about the condition of varying branches that were in the area of the skeletal remains?
Yes, and I communicated with our evidence team that was there that I wanted to look and examine at some of these branches before the significant removal of some of the foliage there was conducted. I had knowledge from statements earlier in this investigation that a machete was taken into the wooded area. And as I looked around that area, I noted that there were branches that appeared to be either roughly cut, and then some of them were, they had a very smooth surface, like they were cut with something sharp.
Okay. What was the source of the information that there had been a machete taken into a wooded area?
DL had given that information to investigators the day of the event.
Okay. I want to jump outside of our current conversation, and I want to go back in time. Now, were you at all involved in the drive that occurred with DL on July 10th when he was taken down to the southwest area of Davenport near 743 Schmidt Road and Credit Island?
No, I was not.
Were you ever involved in taking a trip with DL to see if the child recognized locations of significance?
Yes.
Explain.
I don't know the exact date off the top of my head now, but it was a few days after that, within one or two, I'm guessing now. Detective Hammis and I had spoken with Aisha Langford to see if it would be appropriate to take DL to those areas to the north where we now had information that the phone ping existed at the Comanche, Iowa cell tower site.
Did we know about that cell phone ping site on July 10th when the interviews were developing with Aisha Langford, DL, and Andrea Culberson?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did that information come to light fairly quickly after those interviews were being conducted?
Yes, it did.
Okay. How did that information come to light?
That information came to light later in the evening when exigent phone records were requested for several phone numbers of people involved in the case, but that particular one was the number associated to Henry Dinkins.
Okay, all right, so I got you off track, let's go back to that then. So with that information about the phone pinging in Clinton, explain how that played into your interest in driving DL up to the area of Clinton.
We had known at that time from DL's statements that his father had taken him to an area near water, and there was wooded area, and that he had mentioned about having to go into the woods to go to the bathroom, and he had also went into those wooded areas with the machete, and he had provided information that the machete was wiped off with some kind of cloth and then put back into the trunk and then later transferred to Henry Dinkins' camper. So the purpose of taking that drive with him was to see if the Walmart where the phone ping was near had actually been something that he would recognize, and it was. And as far as other areas along the route, nothing was really of significance where they stopped.
All right. Now, as you got to the juncture of Highway 61 and Highway 30 to go into Clinton, did you know that that phone was definitively somewhere further east in Clinton?
Yes.
Okay. As you got to that juncture, do you recall the child trying to direct you?
Yes.
Describe what the child did as far as trying to direct your route of travel.
As I was turning off onto Highway 30, he had mentioned something about it. You got to go further. I don't remember the exact words he used, but that was the context of it.
Okay. At this stage of the investigation, was there anything as far as evidence that had been gathered that would help you understand the import of going further along Highway 61?
I may have lost track a little. At that particular juncture, no, I had nothing to suggest going further north from that perspective there.
Okay. And then now we fast forward to March 22nd of 2021. You're directed up to the area of Kunow Implement. Does the statement by the child all of a sudden take on significance?
It does, in the effect, him saying at that time, we didn't go far enough.
Certainly. All right, now, let's go back to where we were at. You were talking about those branches, and you noticed clean cuts, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, the condition of those branches, did that corroborate what the child had reported as far as a large knife going down into the wooded area with his father?
Your Honor, I'm going to object for foundation as to this witness being able to give that type of opinion.
Your Honor, this witness is describing his own observations of what he observed there, and then his knowledge of the child having mentioned a machete that had been wiped off.
I'm going to sustain. Please rephrase.
Certainly. Let's go back to July. Were there search warrants that were obtained because of statements provided by DL?
Yes.
What was one of the locations of interest that a search warrant, or search warrants, I should say, were obtained that would involve the knife described by the child?
The address of Henry Dinkins' motorhome in the 700 block of South Schmidt Road. There were multiple search warrants issued for that particular vehicle to recover a machete.
Okay. Was a machete in fact recovered?
Yes.
All right. And then, so that being said, when you saw the condition of the branches, given what the child reported, was that consistent with what you were seeing relative to the branches?
Once again, objection lacks foundation as to this witness's knowledge as to that particular line of question.
Your Honor, the witness is talking about his own observations.
He's asked to give an opinion.
He's talking about his own observations, and my other thought is this, Your Honor. Counsel's contending that it lacks foundation. What foundation? What's the lack in foundation here?
I'd respond, has the man ever used a machete? Has he ever cut a tree with a machete? Has he ever touched a tree with a machete? Has he ever worked on a farm?
I'm going to sustain the objection one. Again, Ms. Cunningham, please rephrase.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Pfeiffer, you yourself, have you ever been involved in using an axe or a machete to chop down trees or do any of that type of work?
Yes, I have. I worked on a maintenance crew for Scott County Park in part of preparing and clearing land for the golf course that's now the Glens Creek Golf Course. And for 4 or 5 years, I worked in tree removal and chopping, splitting of wood, all done with sharp knives and things of that nature.
Having done that type of work, then, what is it that you noticed about the condition of branches when you would use a sharp knife to cut those branches?
If sharp, it's typically a clean cut.
Okay. And then was that consistent with what you were seeing relative to the condition of the branches up there in the area of Kunal Implement?
There were a percentage of those branches that had a smooth, clean cut to them.
Okay. All right. Now, beyond that, then, with the removal of the debris, what were the further developments?
As the collection process continued, Dr. Garvin would point out items by locating little wire, pin wires, I would call it, with flags on them, where she was identifying things that were readily identifiable as human remains, and those were to not be collected by us. We were just clearing the area around those. And as the area was mostly only exposing those flags and other obvious larger bones and things of that nature, Dr. Garvin then began assembling her plan to collect those remains.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, while I'm looking for a particular exhibit that I want to show you, in any of your work that you performed outside of your involvement with the Davenport Police Department, did you ever have to work with equipment and rulers that measured things by way of metric measurement?
Yes, I have.
Can you explain?
I worked for about 7 years in a manufacturing environment, operating metal machining equipment. And I was raised by a family of machinists where measuring and things of that nature were very common.
Okay. Are you familiar with the metric system and conversion of millimeters to inches?
Yes, I know a couple of shortcuts that I use as a rule of thumb.
Okay. Now, with crime scene technician Jill Foster, were you aware of her taking photographs of footprints down in the area of Credit Island on July 10th of 2020?
I knew that that was taking place. I was not present for it.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at a photograph of a ruler that she had used to measure the size of foot impressions in the mud down in that area?
Yes, I have.
All right. What was the length of that ruler?
I believe it was a 300 millimeter.
300 millimeters, what does that equate into as far as inches?
It's very close to 12 inches. There's 25.4 millimeters in 1 standard inch.
All right.
And that's the conversion that I use.
All right, and then so what's the total inches again for 300 millimeters?
It'd be really, it's approximately 12 inches.
All right.
I believe it's 11.8 and some change.
Sure. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, were you aware that Detective Obert had seized clothing worn by Mr. Dinkins when he came into the Davenport Police Department on July 10th?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Please let the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been previously introduced in State's Exhibit 63. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 63. I want you to look at that exhibit if you could. For our record, what is that exhibit?
They're Nike blue and white Air shoes.
Can you look at the size and tell us what the size of those tennis shoes are based on a United States shoe size?
It says it's a US 11.
Okay. And then so with a US 11, what would that equate into as far as millimeters?
Objection, no foundation as to this witness's availability or ability to testify to that.
He's already testified as to how he is familiar with millimeters and its equation into inches.
But the shoe size?
Mr. Freeze, let me
I'm sorry.
make my ruling. The motion is sustained.
All right. For a shoe size, like you've mentioned, what would that equate into as far as inches?
Objections, the same question.
Sustained.
What was that shoe size there?
11.
All right. Was that taken off Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
All right. And so then for purposes of conversion, 300 millimeters equates into what?
Roughly 11.8 inches.
Thank you. All right. Now let's go back. Were you present at the scene when Sergeant Christopher Mayer came out to the area of Kunow Implement on March 23rd of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit 142-1. Through 142-7. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, were you familiar with all of the physical items of property that were located in the area of the human remains?
Yes, I was made aware of them.
Okay. I'd like for you to look at that exhibit. Do you recognize what that exhibit is?
Yes, this is a document that is consistent with the total station crime scene mapping device.
All right, Your Honor, may I publish that?
Ms. Cunningham, if you're going to ask a series of questions on that exhibit, I think it would be best to take our afternoon break at this time. I think we'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes. may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May the state publish State's Exhibit 142-1.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Pfeiffer, just for purposes of clarification of the record, I have State's Exhibit 142-1 up here. With you having been out there at the scene, do you see a depiction that would represent 270th Avenue?
Yes.
Can you take the pointer and then turn around and show us what would represent 270th Avenue?
This road here.
Okay.
And the purple lines, looks purple to me anyway.
All right, go ahead and continue to walk us through that diagram for purposes of perspective.
This being 270th Avenue, at this juncture where you see the opening, two of these openings, extends downward to the area of the pond.
Okay. All right, those two locations that extend down to the area of the pond, which is the one area that everybody keeps talking about that has the steep grade?
This is the one that is traveled mostly. This one here is extremely steep and did not appear to be traveled by any vehicles.
Okay, all right, now do we see a number of different, I guess, colored boxes with numbers on State's Exhibit 142-1?
Yes, you'll notice there's a numerical value assigned to each one of these squares.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, when you were there, what clothing items were identified as being worn by Breasia Terrell when she came up missing? And actually, I should do a bit better job with that. Were there clothing items in the location where a majority of all of the skeletal remains were recovered?
Yes, there was.
What were those clothing items?
Black basketball shorts, a white T-shirt, and a youth bra of some sort.
Okay. What was the location of those items to the skeletal remains?
Those three clothing items were entangled within the skeletal remains.
Okay. As you initially observed the skeletal remains and before the collection process started where the debris had been removed and then we got to the area of the bones, was the white T-shirt something that was immediately evident?
Yes.
What was the size of that T-shirt?
4XL.
Okay. Now, on this particular exhibit, State's Exhibit 142-1, Sergeant Mayer had identified two other locations where shirts were found. Can you give us the boxes and the numbers associated with that?
The two other shirts are depicted on this document as number 2 here and number 3 over here.
Were either of those shirts, the shirts that we're talking about when we talk about the white 4XL T-shirt associated with Breasia's remains?
No, they're not.
All right. At any rate, when you go out to a crime scene like this, are you just going to collect everything that's out there?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's speak to the box that has the number 1 in it. Can you explain the relevance of that particular entry?
The one in question is located right here with the number 1. It's called White Jug, and it is a white gallon-sized liquid container.
Okay. When law enforcement officers originally came across that, did they believe that it might have some significance to the investigation?
Yes, they did.
Explain.
There was information that Henry Dinkins had purchased 2 containers of bleach at the Clinton Walmart on the morning that Breasia Terrell was missing.
All right. From the video surveillance and the receipt that was collected from the Walmart, was there a determination made about the size of those 2 bottles of bleach?
Yes, there was.
All right. This particular white jug, what was the size of this?
1 gallon.
when you take that 1 gallon size jug and you compared it to what he purchased there at Walmart, what determination was made about the significance of this white jug?
That it's larger than the ones that were purchased that day.
And was there a second gallon white jug that was found out there at the scene?
Yes, there was.
What happened to that item?
It appeared to have maybe been hit by a lawnmower or something of that nature, but it was pretty much destroyed.
Certainly, all right. So as far as what we're going to be looking at when we see photographs that were taken by the DCI, all of the clothing item, will it be within the area of where the skeletal remains were recovered?
Yes, it will.
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, during the break, did I acquire a ruler for you?
Yes.
Can you take that ruler and use that to measure the length of the sole of that tennis shoe that I previously showed you?
So this is a 12-inch ruler. Also, it has graduations of, appears to be centimeters, so it's at 30. So conversely, it's measuring 12 inches.
12 inches? And then your testimony about 300 millimeters, what would that equate into as far as inches?
Just under 12 inches, pretty close.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Pfeiffer, did you have an opportunity to look at the clothing items that were with those remains?
Yes, I did.
All right. Were those clothing items collected?
Yes.
When they were collected, how were they collected?
At the initial scene, everything was collected and remained with the skeletal remains as much as possible.
Okay. Were those clothing items then placed into the body bag with the skeletal remains?
Yes.
Did those items originally then go to the state medical examiner's office for purposes of the autopsy performed by Dr. Kelly Cruz and by Dr. Heather Garvin?
Yes, I did.
Once the autopsy was completed, did those clothing items come back to the Davenport Police Department?
They were transferred to the DCI crime lab for further evidentiary analysis, and then eventually came back to the Davenport Police Evidence.
Okay. Speak to that particular topic. Why were these clothing items sent off to the DCI laboratory for analysis?
I had requested analysis of those items for DNA comparison and any sort of traces of biohazard evidence, blood, and bleach.
Okay. Given the environment that this clothing was found in, did you have concerns about whether or not its exposure to environmental factors would impact the ability to do that analysis?
Yes.
Did you still submit those items?
Yes, I did.
All right. What was the nature of the requests that were made when those clothing items were sent to the DCI?
Just as I had previously stated, to check for any comparative and identifiable DNA profiles, and including that of blood or any other sort of biological evidence that could be identified.
When you looked at the clothing, did you notice anything about any particular article of clothing that was of interest to you, knowing that Mr. Dinkins had purchased bleach at the Walmart sometime after 7 a.m. on July 10th?
Yes.
Describe.
I had observed the area of the black basketball shorts that were visible on the top facing the sky to have some discoloration. I had asked the criminalists at the DCI lab to check those in that area and provide any explanation to that discoloration.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about whether or not the short's exposure to environmental elements might impact their ability to do that analysis?
Yes.
Did you still submit it anyway?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, the projectiles that were covered there at the scene, were those also sent back after the state medical examiner's office concluded their autopsy?
Yes.
Was any submission made to the DCI lab relative to those projectiles?
Yes, there was.
Okay. We're going to stop at that juncture, and you and I are going to jump ahead, if we could. When the bullets were recovered with the skeletal remains, was there a search of that area for any other items that were non-skeletal related and non-clothing related?
Yes.
Explain.
After the discovery of two missile projectiles, which would also be commonly as the bullet side of a cartridge, there was a search done of that entire area for shell casings.
Were any shell casings found?
No.
Based on your experience as a law enforcement officer, what deductions did you make from that?
The two, that there's either a revolver-style handgun involved or that they're just simply not there.
Okay. Would that give rise to the possibility that if a semi-automatic had been used, somebody had collected spent shell casings?
Yes.
All right. Now, explain why a revolver was a consideration with no shell casings being found.
The operational fundamentals of a revolver-style gun involves a rotating cylinder, and typically they hold 5 or 6 ammunition cartridges, and every time the trigger is depressed, the cylinder rotates one rotation, placing another cylinder well in view of the firing pin and lines up with the barrel.
Okay. What happens then when the trigger is pulled, the firing pin hits the back of that casing?
It discharges the primer, which ignites the gunpowder inside the cartridge and sends the projectile downrange through the barrel. It's different than in a semi-automatic pistol where when that exact same process is taken out, the semi-automatic pistol cycles off the gas charge from that discharge, and there is a casing extractor that grabs a hold of that casing and removes it and strips it from the gun barrel, and there is an ejector lever that kicks that brass casing out of the firearm, at which time simultaneously a fresh cartridge comes out of the magazine feeding device inside the grip of the pistol and charges the barrel with a new round if there's one available.
Walk us through that same process at the point that the trigger is pulled on a revolver and what happens to that casing.
When the trigger's pulled on a revolver, the cylinder rotates and it keeps that cartridge within the cylinder. There's no automatic process of ejecting it. It would have to be a manual process that involves some sort of release lever and indexing the cylinder out of the line of the firing pin and the barrel, and then those cartridges can be manually removed or fall out if gravity allows it.
Okay. Given recognition to those two possibilities, did that prompt a decision to do further investigation out there in the area of Kunal Implement after the recovery of the skeletal remains had occurred?
Yes, it did.
Describe.
After attending the autopsy with Dr. Cruz and Dr. Garvin, and it was determined that the skeletal remains had evidence of bullet wound paths, which were relayed to me during that observation. I updated, at the time, Scott County Attorney Mike Walton of those findings, and the proximity of this pond area, and we discussed the environmental makeup of that area. And it was decided through our conversation to explore ways to either drain that pond to search it or figure out what our options were to search that for a potential firearm.
When you attended the autopsy, did you learn how many projectiles actually had been recovered?
Yes,
And then I'm going to say bullets. How many bullets were recovered?
there was 3 total. There was one stuck to her hair that was not observed at the original collection.
Okay, so then going back to the topic of exploring options as it relates to the pond, what approach was taken?
I had reached out to a local dive recovery team here in the Quad Cities called Big River Rescue, and they have assisted law enforcement with recovery of different things out of our Mississippi River when we have vehicles and evidence and things of that nature. I had made initial contact with Mark Poulos, who is the director, I guess, of that operation, and had discussed some limited details of what I was looking for and the possibilities of his team assisting with that.
Spell Mark Poulos for our record.
I think it's P-O-L-O-U-S.
All right. We'll get that from Mark, but you're not quite sure about that?
Not positive.
Okay. All right. So then when you reached out to Mark Poulos, what determination was made about their ability to be able to assist?
I shared the location with him, and he made a determination off of the GPS area and the overview maps that he felt his dive team would be able to at least explore the possibilities. He said that his recovery team uses high-powered magnet detection sort of equipment that's much more powerful than that of what the average person would be able to have.
Okay. What date did those recovery efforts take place?
April 3rd of 21.
Okay. Describe what developed on April 3rd of 2021.
I had taken Detective Hammis and Detective Obert up there with me, as well as the members of that dive team. They put a small boat launched into that pond along with their divers and their various sets of diving equipment and what they use. And within about 35 to 40 minutes, one of the divers had indicated he had felt what he was pretty confident as being a firearm in the mud under the water.
All right. Were steps taken to recover that firearm from the pond?
Yes, initially I had them install a buoy identifier to put in the ground where it was, so that I could later identify that from using a drone to take measurements and identify where it was in relation to the shoreline.
Okay. Do you recall what that measurement was?
About 65 to 68 feet from the clearing where you see the vehicles parked, which is one of the few access points that's cleared from the tree coverage.
Okay. And then you're speaking in terms of feet and not yards, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I just want to make sure, just in case someone describes yards as a basis of measurement. With that measurement of 68 feet, if an individual were to stand there at the edge of the pond, how easy would it be to be able to cast a gun out there into the water where it was located?
I didn't try it, but I think it's possible.
Okay. All right. Continue.
From that point, the weapon was removed from that particular area of the pond once the buoy was installed with an anchor. I made a phone call to Special Agent Rick Ron, and we spoke with a criminalist from the DCI lab to better understand the best way to preserve that weapon. My understanding of metal and water and air is immediate rust, and I wanted to make sure that we had the best environment to preserve that. The direction I received was to put the firearm in a bucket of water that contained the same water from the pond in order to maintain the pH and mineral balance and everything that it had been existing in since it was installed in that particular environment.
Once the gun was recovered, did you have an opportunity to view the gun?
I did, yes.
What type of gun was it?
It's a Lasari Comanche. 38 Special was the caliber of it.
Okay. Spell Lasari and Comanche for our record.
I believe it's Laserre.
All right. And
Comanche is like the town on the map, Camache, possibly.
Certainly. And you said it was a revolver?
Yes.
All right. With a revolver, if you look at it, do you have any ability to look at the cylinder and to see if there's casings in the cylinder itself to some extent?
There, on this particular firearm, there was a very minimal space to view on the left side of the firearm as you would hold it. There is a little bit of a cutaway opening in the two cartridges that were viewable through there. I could tell that the primer had been, it has a D10 in it, which indicates that casing was fired by virtue of the firing pin striking that, and then, like I had mentioned earlier, the rotation of the cylinder moving that. The other areas within that cylinder towards the right had what I could see as just brass cartridges in there, but I was unable to tell at that time if they were full cartridges, had they been discharged, and I was not wanting to disturb that mechanism or anything like that until there was better advice from firearms experts in that area.
Certainly. Was the firearm in its original condition submitted to the DCI laboratory?
Yes, it was.
What request did you make of that firearm and the projectiles or the bullets that were recovered from the remains of Breasia Terrell?
I asked their ballistics department to, if possible, test fire that weapon to see if it produced comparable results with the bullets found at that scene.
Okay. Take that a step further and explain, just as a source of education. When a firearm is used and bullets travel down the barrel of the gun, are there markings left on that bullet?
Yes.
Okay. Are those markings unique to the gun as a result of what occurs during the manufacturing process?
Yes.
All right. So did you know if the bullets were in good enough condition that could be done?
I did not until I had submitted them.
At any rate, did you make that request?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 120-1 through, not 120, let's start that again. Let the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20-1 through 20-15. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 20-1 through 20-15. I'd like for you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that group exhibit?
This group of photos depicts photos of the gun recovered from the pond on April 3rd.
Okay. Are those accurate depictions of the gun?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce the exhibit.
I have no objection.
That group exhibit will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Starting with State's Exhibit 20-1, what is this exhibit, very simply?
It's a photo identification card.
All right. Does this relate to the item of evidence that we've been speaking about, specifically the gun?
Yes, it does.
All right. State's Exhibit 20-2.
That is the bucket that was acquired on scene at the original collection for the firearm.
Was this bucket used to collect water from the pond to keep the gun in its original environment?
Yes, it was.
All right, and then just very simply, as we look at State's Exhibit 20-3 and 20-4, very simply, what is it that we're seeing in these exhibits?
You're seeing the bucket the firearm was in, and it is sealed with seal tape, and it's contained within a lock cage. And due to the fact the firearm was presumed loaded at that time, I secured it in the area where our vehicles are stored as secured evidence, just to rule out any issues of that gun potentially discharging inside the building.
20-5?
That is the firearm.
Okay. As we go through these photographs, are pictures taken of the gun from various sides so that we can see what it looked like?
Yes.
Okay? And would that be true of State's Exhibit 20-6?
Yes.
Now, with respect to photographs, does law enforcement look for any type of identifiers on the gun?
Yes, we typically will look for the serial number initially.
Okay? And in this next series, with the gun being submerged in water, State's Exhibit 20-7, going to State's Exhibit 20-8, what are we looking at relative to these particular photographs?
A couple of things of note, as you can see, the orange discoloration. You see within these striation marks and characteristics, and up here at the front sight, that rust happens basically instantaneously once it meets air. So it was constantly having to go back into the water while we took these photos and rotated it to slow down the deterioration of that surface. But most notably in this frame, you see the identifier of the Comanche 2 inscribed in there.
Okay. Going back to the previous photograph, is there anything that's showing up there?
You're starting to see the stainless color of the metal.
All right. Going to State's Exhibit 20-9, 20-10, tell us what it is that's depicted here and why these photographs were taken.
These photographs are taken to identify the serial number that's stamped in the firearm.
All right. Why do serial numbers become important?
Serial numbers on firearms are important to identify the origin of the gun, potentially identify the original purchaser, and any information that it would be stolen.
Okay. State's Exhibit 20-11.
That depicts the manufacturer of that particular firearm.
Does this give you a spelling for the manufacturer?
It does.
Okay, so go ahead and give us that spelling so we've got a correct spelling.
So the Lassari is spelled Lassere.
All right. In law enforcement, you work with guns. No, I've still got more photographs, and that's fine. But as far as this particular brand is concerned, Lassari Comanche, is this something that is a brand that you see very commonly?
I had never seen one until that day.
Okay. And then what was the caliber?
38 Special.
38 Special. In law enforcement, given the investigations that you have been involved with, is there a fairly typical type of gun as far as the caliber of bullets that you have recovered?
It varies between a few sizes.
Okay, and what would those sizes be?
9mm is very common. .38 Special is the most common revolver size cartridge for a revolver. And then 45 calibers, there's 38 autos, and 22s are fairly common in shooting scenes.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 20-12, looking at that. And then again, 20-13, again looking at that. 20-14, and then 20-15. Can you explain what's being depicted in this series of photographs?
So on the one, okay, so on,
You want me to go back to the earlier one?
I can explain whatever one you have, just whenever you're
Yeah.
ready. So on this particular view on 20-12, you're seeing the left side of the cylinder as you would hold the firearm. And you can see there's inscriptions on these brass cartridges. Those two both indicate Winchester 38 Special.
Okay, going to 20-13.
That view's pretty much unchanged from the last one.
20-14,
The angularity of this photo creeps in a little bit between the space between the breech face of the firearm and the cylinder wall. And if you look at these particular detents, it might be harder to see on that monitor, but right here is we call firing pin detent in the primer. And it's also visible on this lower cartridge. There is a detent in that primer face, which would presumably be generated by the firing pin.
all right. So when you talk about those detents in this section of the cartridge, does that mean that the trigger's already been pulled and the bullet within that casing has already been ejected from the firearm?
Yes.
All right. And then finally going to State's Exhibit 20-15.
That's a view of the right side of the pistol, or the revolver. And you can just not see the face of that casing cartridge to see if those primer detents have been depressed or not.
Okay. Was that left alone for the DCI to examine and make a determination about whether or not there were just simply spent casings within the cylinder, or if there were actual bullets still within the cylinder?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 108?
Yes, that's the bucket that we put the firearm in.
All right. Are the seals still intact on that exhibit?
Yes, they are from, the latest one is February 7th of '23.
Okay. Would we receive that item back from the DCI lab after they finished all of their testing?
Yes, we would.
Okay. Do you know if all of the casings have been removed from that gun?
I have not seen the gun since it's been returned, but
Okay.
the reports I've read indicate that they were examined.
Okay, all right. You know what? We've just identified it, but just to be safe, I'm not going to move to admit that, Your Honor. Okay. And then finally, I'd like to go through a number of exhibits, if I could, with you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 133, 136, 137. May I approach?
You may.
All right. I'd like for you to look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize those.
Exhibit number 133 is explained as Box C containing a projectile from hair. Exhibit 136 is described as item C, 1 bullet. Exhibit 137 is described as item C, 1 deformed bullet.
Were these the bullets that were recovered from the remains of Breasia Terrell?
Yes,
Okay, and then were these the items that were within the body bag and recovered from her hair at the point of autopsy?
yes.
All right. Describe the chain of custody maintained for those items of evidence then.
The chain of custody would have been transferred from the officers at the scene with the DCI crime scene collection team, turned over to the Clayton County Medical Examiner, and then delivered to the Iowa State Office of Medical Examiners in Ankeny, Iowa, all contained within the body,
Okay.
to then be opened up and analyzed for autopsy purposes.
Once that process was completed, did it come back to the Davenport Police Department for resubmission to the DCI laboratory?
For this particular case, because the DCI had an open investigation, I was able to transfer the evidence to the next building in their crime lab without bringing it back to Davenport, issuing stickers and driving it back up there.
Does the DCI have a building that's connected to the State Medical Examiner's office?
Yes,
All right, and so that's how that process was facilitated?
yes, it's all one complex.
And then once the DCI had finished their analysis, did those items come back to the Davenport Police Department to be stored in our permanent evidence vault?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibits 33, 36, and 37. Oh, 133, 136, and 137, thank you.
I think properly the witness should open the envelopes and identify the contents before they're offered.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, do you have a pair of gloves right there?
I do.
Let me approach. I've got a pair of scissors for you.
We're just gonna have to cut the top. This particular package has been packaged with the DCI lab barcode number on it, which is depicted as 2020-16859, number 4.
Okay. And what item of evidence would that be?
It came from the envelope from Exhibit 133 that is identified as item 505 in our Davenport police evidence.
And what was
Docket.
the physical description for that item of evidence?
It is Box C, projectile from hair.
Okay. If you could go ahead and open that up so that we can then have an opportunity to view it once the state offers it into evidence.
The inscription on this package that came from within that, it's identified as Doe adolescent, indicating it's an unidentified person at this point in time. Within that envelope, there's a small cardboard box, and it has a sticker on it from the state medical examiner, again with the name being Doe adolescent. And the inscriptions on it are projectile from hair.
And then have you had an opportunity to observe that?
And so inside this, there are fragments of a bullet, and there is one that is more intact than the other one. There's a significant, what we would describe it as mushrooming at the at the front end of the bullet.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 133.
No objection.
Exhibit 133 will be admitted.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, are you able to speak to what type of circumstance would cause the mushrooming of a bullet?
I can speak to it in a generality. When a projectile is fired from a gun barrel, it travels obviously at a high speed, and when it hits something harder than itself, it begins to either flatten or fragment.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 133?
You may.
Sergeant Pfeiffer, for purposes of the record, I'm holding an item underneath the Elmo, and I'm turning it over. Right now, in terms of what I'm showing, what portion of the bullet are we looking at here?
So the part that you have visible there, you can see it has a number 4 etched in it, and that corresponds with a number that's written on that box, and that would be the side of the bullet that would be inside the cartridge, facing the firing pin.
Certainly.
If it was installed.
And then as I turn it over,
That would be the front end of the bullet, and that, again, I describe it as a mushrooming effect, and you can see some of the striations in the side profile in one particular spot, which comes from the crimping in the front nose of a projectile.
all right, and then I've picked up another item. And what does this item represent?
They are fragments of another bullet.
Okay. And then if we could, picking up yet another item, what are we seeing here?
That is the part of the projectile stuck to the hair.
All right. Let's proceed to State's Exhibit 136. If you could open that up.
So the one I have is exhibit number 136. It's Davenport Police Evidence Number 512. It's described as item C, 1 bullet. The seal tape is free on this particular one. And this is yet another bullet that you can tell is mostly intact, and there is a hole in the center of it.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 136.
No objection.
There's also a scratched indicator on the back, the number 17, which correlates to the numbering on this box, is 17.
Certainly. Your Honor, may I publish that item?
Exhibit 136 is admitted. You may.
Thank you. As I publish this underneath the Elmo, and let me turn it around so that we can look at it. The portion that is being displayed right now, what would that represent?
Again, that would be the end of the bullet that would be inside the cartridge, between the gunpowder and the primer.
Okay? This particular view here,
A side profile,
and then,
and that would be the front edge of the round.
all right, take us to State's Exhibit 137.
State's Exhibit 137 comes from a bag identified in the Davenport Police Evidence System as 513. The description is one deformed bullet. The markings on this particular little white box say it's bullet number 2 with the case number and a specific item number of 18. Contained within this is another bullet that has a little bit of a mushrooming effect at the top of it, which would be the front end of it. And the back side of the bullet has scratched number 18 in it, which correlates with all of these numbers.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 137.
No objection.
Exhibit 137 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
What portion of the bullet am I showing now? And first of all, what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and manipulate it and turn it around. But that being said, what portion are we seeing here?
That's I would call it the rear of the bullet, again, between the gunpowder and the primer inside the cartridge.
This perspective,
Side profile of the round,
and then this perspective.
that would be the front edge. And you can notice on this particular one, it has the hollowing center of it.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what has been marked as State's Exhibit 134. $130. $132. And 131. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Let me place these in sequential order for purposes of our conversation. Sergeant Pfeiffer, I've opened these items up for purposes of your testimony. So I want you to go through and let's identify each of those exhibits. State's Exhibit 130. What is State's Exhibit 130?
$130 is described as a shirt.
Are you familiar with this item of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. When we talk about shirt, where was this item recovered from?
This would be the shirt recovered during the autopsy.
Okay. And was this the shirt that was intertwined with the skeletal remains
Well,
of Breasia
I haven't
Terrell?
looked inside here yet, but
Okay, all right, so go ahead and look inside there. I have a trash bag, or not a trash bag, I have a trash can right there next to you, and please utilize that if you could.
would you like it out of the bag?
Okay. Yes. Having an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 130, do you recognize what State's Exhibit 130 is?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 130?
It is the shirt that was wrapped around the skeletal remains of Breasia Terrell.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 130.
No objection.
Exhibit 130 will be admitted.
Is the clothing tag still attached so that you could give us the size?
Yes, it is.
And what is the size?
4XL.
All right, go ahead and place 130 back into the bag. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 131?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 131?
They are the black basketball-style shorts that were on the body of Breasia Terrell.
All right. And then can you see those items, or that item? And please use the trash can, too, for that item. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 131?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
They are the shorts that were worn by Breasia Terrell when we recovered her body.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 131.
No objection.
Is there a clothing tag attached to those shorts?
Yes, there is.
What is the size?
I'm not really able to discern that.
That's all right. Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, let me ask you this. When you looked at those shorts, did you indicate that you had noticed discoloration?
Yes.
Where specifically on those shorts? And if you could hold it up so that we could see that.
So what had caught my attention by discoloration is these are black shorts as described by Aisha Langford that she was wearing when she had last seen her. And all through this area, and this is the front of her shorts, which would have been facing up towards the sky upon her discovery. And there are different areas where the black color is faded. And it's just indicative of fading.
All right. By virtue of you having noted the fading in the color, did that form the basis of a request that you'd made of the DCI that you've previously talked about?
Yes.
And that being?
I wanted them to check for any chemical compositions, and definitely including bleach, that would contribute to this discoloration.
All right. Take us to State's Exhibit 132.
For the purposes of the record, 131 is submitted.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Let me make sure I've got my numbers right.
This is 132.
Yes, that's 132.
So Exhibit 132 is described as bra.
All right. And again, look at that item and tell me if you recognize that item.
This is the bra that was attached to the body of Breasia Terrell when she was recovered.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 132.
I have no objection.
Exhibit 132 is admitted.
And then finally, go to State's Exhibit 134.
Exhibit 134 is described as a white turquoise slide sandal.
Okay. Please look at that item and tell me if you recognize it.
This is the slide that is blue and white that was adjacent to the area where Breasia's body was found.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 134.
No objection.
Exhibit 134 will be admitted.
One last topic of conversation, Sergeant Pfeiffer. We've engaged in discussion with Detective Obert about various search warrants that were executed at the residence of Nita McQuay, Genesis Johnson, and also out at the Jersey Meadow apartment complex, specifically apartment number 8. Was law enforcement interested in trying to find those 2 81-ounce bottles of Clorox that had been purchased by Mr. Dinkins at the Walmart there in Clinton after 7 a.m. on July 10th?
Yes, we were.
Were they ever recovered?
No.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze, would you prefer to wait till tomorrow?
I would.
We will do that.
Thank you, Judge.
We'll be adjourned for the day. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.